The 5 Great Beauties of Central Continent. The 3 of them found an inn to stay in and waited for the battle to begin. Lu Ming made the best use of his time to comprehend the Earth concept while tempering his essential core and concept at the same time. 2 days passed by in a flash. After 2 days, countless figures flew toward the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Lu Ming and the other 2 blended into the crowd and arrived near the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. When they arrived, they realized that the area was already surrounded by people. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. From this, one could see the influence of a second-grade heaven's favorite in the Central Continent. The Central Continent was vast. It was 7 to 8 times the size of the East Baron. It was filled with talented people and experts. However, in such a vast land, how many second-grade geniuses were there? Below the 5 young tyrants were the second-grade heaven's favorites. There were only 20 of them, and it was rare to see one. In the Battle of Providence, most people were not qualified to watch the battle. That was why so many people had come this time. They all wanted to see what level a second-grade heaven's favorite had reached and what terrifying level his battle prowess had reached. In the crowd, there were old men and a few youths in their teens. These youths were the most excited. They were the younger generation and had missed the Battle of Providence. They wanted to see how powerful the heaven's favorites who were half a generation older than them were. This would motivate them. So many experts. Chu Kuang's eyes swept across the crowd. He discovered many heaven's favorites who were on par with him. They were third-grade heaven's favorites. There were also some who were not third-grade heaven's favorites but were still extraordinary. For example, Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, Ling Yunkong and Lu Ming from the Floating Mountain. There were even a few elders standing in the sky, exuding an astonishing aura. They were clearly spiritual God realm existences. This battle had even attracted the attention of spiritual God realm existences. Suddenly, demonic chi rushed to the sky. A black-robed young man stepped through the air and attracted everyone's attention. Junyu, the Junyu of Demon Mountain. Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Demon Mountain Junyu is also here. Zhang Wenjin and Chu Kuang also exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look at Junyu carefully. During this period of travel, Lu Ming had also inquired Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing about many things regarding the Central Continent. Chu Kuang had talked the most about the heaven's pride of the younger generation. Lu Ming had some understanding of the heaven's favorites of the Central Continent. Of course, it was mainly the top 5 young warriors, 20 or so second-grade heaven's favorites, and the various overlords. Demon Mountain was also one of the overlords of Central Continent, and Junyu was one of the 22nd-grade heaven's favorites. He's indeed very strong and terrifying. He's definitely a heaven's favorite on the level of an emperor god. Lu Ming sized up Junyu and pondered in his heart. Junyu gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was obvious that the battle between Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi had attracted the attention of heaven's favorites of the same level. Junyu stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked straight ahead as if no one could attract his attention. He didn't even look at the spiritual god realm experts as if he didn't care at all. Indeed, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the spiritual god realm. In the future, he would definitely reach the Supreme Being realm. His goal was to become an emperor. How could he care about ordinary spiritual gods? The crowd continued to wait. The pure space spirit. The pure space spirit of the floating mountain. Suddenly, the crowd let out another cry. Junior sister Kong Ling is here. Chu Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. A young woman wearing a long watercolored veil was stepping on the air and approaching. Her entire body was filled with water vapor. She looked like she was in her 20s. Her beauty was unparalleled and could cause the downfall of a country. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the water vapor. She was barefooted, and her 2 jade-like feet were like the most beautiful piece of art in the world. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky. She was walking on the cloud as she walked over. The scene was silent, as if everyone's eyes were attracted by this woman. So she's the pure spatial spirit. As expected, she's peerless in beauty. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Chu Kuang was ranked 2nd in the Floating Mountain sect, while the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Floating Mountain sect was Jing Kongling. She was a woman with terrifying talent. At the same time, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as Jun Yu and Yin Bupo. Furthermore, Jing Kongling was one of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. Everyone in the Central Continent knew her. For the past few days, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin had mentioned her to Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming had long been curious about this unparalleled beauty. Lu Ming could not help but compare all the women he had met with the pure and ethereal spirit. He realized that only Xian Yanqing could compare to the pure and ethereal spirit. The others, such as Mu Lan and Qiu Yu, were slightly inferior. Jing Kongling, I didn't expect you to be attracted to this battle. Juanyue's gaze finally moved as he looked towards Jing Kongling. A fiery light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Didn't you come too? The pure void spirit spoke softly. His voice was calm, and when it entered one's ears, it gave one a very comfortable feeling. It was as if it could calm one's restless heart. Just like her name, she was like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust. Brother June, Sister Kongling, you're early. A sweet and clear voice was heard. Not far away, another woman stepped on the air and arrived. This woman looked younger than Jing Kongling, but her looks were not any worse than Jing Kongling's. Her little face was a little pale, but she had a kind of sickly beauty that made people want to go up and protect her. Medicine King's Valley's goddess Tan Xiang. Many people widened their eyes. Another second-grade heaven's favorite, and one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Many people felt that they were going crazy. They felt that this trip was too worth it. This time, the main characters of the 2 duels had yet to arrive, and there were already peerless geniuses who had arrived. Even 2 of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent were here. It's worth it. It's too worth it. Many people have crossed hundreds of millions of miles to see one of the 5 great beauties, but they can't even get it. Today they can see 2 of the 5 great beauties. What's not worth it? Fairy Tan Xiang. Chu Kuang's eyes also lit up as he stared at goddess Tan Xiang like a lecherous pervert, causing Zhang Wenjin, who was standing beside him, to feel quite displeased. In fact, Zhang Wenjin was also a rare beauty, but compared to Jing Kongling and goddess Tan Xiang, she was far behind. Sister Tan Xiang, why are you here? The pristine void spirit stepped forward and came to the side of goddess Tan Xiang. The 2 of them stood together. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to flirt or even hit on them. Although the 2 women were beautiful, they were also Heaven's Pride experts whose names shook the world. They were extremely terrifying. Whoever dared to flirt with them would die without even knowing how they died. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the 2 fairies would come. This Yin is truly honored. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a bolt of lightning flashed. The next moment, a young man in purple feather clothes appeared on the top of Sky Pillar Mountain. This young man had cold eyes, an aquiline nose, and extremely sharp eyes that flashed with lightning. Yin Bupo. Someone called out the person's name. Finally, one of the 2 people in today's battle had appeared. The battle between second-grade heaven's favorites. Hee, Yin Bupo, why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think the 2 fairies came for you? From another direction, a sneer could be heard. With a flash of blood-red light, a young man in a blood-red robe appeared on the other side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. This young man's face was slightly pale, but he was very handsome and gave off a feminine feeling. Humph, Master Xue Luo, you look like you're half dead. Are the 2 fairies here to see you? Yin Bupo sneered. Each of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent was not only beautiful but also talented. Naturally, they had countless suitors, including many second-grade heaven's favorites and even the 5 young tycoons. There had been rumors before that Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi were both suitors of goddess Tan Xiang. At this moment, the 2 heaven's favorites arrived. Everyone's eyes finally moved away from Jing Kongling and goddess Tan Xiang to Yin Bupo and Master Xue Luo. Today, the 2 of them were about to engage in a world-shaking battle. Lu Ming also looked at the 2 of them. Whether the second-grade Heaven's Pride experts of the Central Continent were on the same level as the Emperor God would soon be known. Humph, Yin Bupo, you managed to escape with your life in the last battle of Providence. Today, I'll kill you completely. Xue Luo Zi sneered. Haha, just you? You're the one who will die today. Bupo sneered. He let out a long cry and turned into a huge godly eagle. The godly eagle was covered with terrifying lightning power. Bupo was not a human, but a demon. The Sky Eagle Castle was the demon clan's power. Most of them were all kinds of eagle-type demon beasts. Of course, there were also many other bird-type demon beasts, but most of them were eagle-type demon beasts. It was said that the Lord of the Sky Eagle Castle was a powerful eagle emperor. Bupo had the bloodline of the divine beast, the mysterious thunder sacred eagle, and the concentration of the bloodline was extremely shocking. Boom! Although Xue Luozi spoke casually, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. His aura burst out and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Kill! Bupo roared and flapped his wings. The terrifying power of thunder gathered and turned into a thundersword, slashing at Blood Luozi. Blood River Divine Blade. Xue Luozi clenched his fist in the air. Endless bloodlight gathered and turned into a blood-red long blade. He shouted and slashed out. The blood-red blade light slashed down and the void rippled like water. It collided with the lightning sword. Boom! 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 The sword chi and saber radiance swept in all directions. Many of the weaker cultivators were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin stood still and observed the scene carefully. Bupo and Xue Luozi exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Blood Luozi, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You haven't improved much. Bupo sneered. It's more than enough to suppress you. Xue Luozi sneered. Is that so? Bupo sneered. He flapped his wings and let out a long hiss. The blood in his body boiled, and the sky was filled with lightning. The endless lightning seemed to fill the sky. Buzz! Bupo's wings seemed to have turned into blades of lightning, cutting through everything and slashing towards Blood Luozi. The bloodthirsty swirled. Xue Luozi let out a long cry. His blood chi soared into the sky, and a semicircular bloodlight cover spread out. A terrifying devouring power spread out. Even from a distance, many people could feel their blood stirring as if it was going to leave their bodies. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Chu Kuang's face was solemn. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that this bloodthirsty technique was somewhat similar to the Nine Dragons' devouring power. However, the bloodthirsty technique only targeted blood and was far less domineering than the Nine Dragons' devouring power. Boom! Bupo's blade of lightning slashed at the blood-colored light screen, creating a deafening sound. However, he was also affected by the bloodthirsty technique. The blood in his body was restless, and his combat power was affected. He could not use his full strength. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound was heard. A giant bat appeared above Blood Luozi's head. This bat was blood-red all over, and its eyes were extremely cold, filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Blood-winged sky bat was an extremely terrifying godly beast. Obviously, Xue Luozi's bloodline was a blood-winged sky bat. Around the blood-winged sky bat, there were 8 bright and dazzling chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline. The bloodline level of Blood Luozi was the same as that of the Divine Emperor. Xue Luozi performed bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged bat, fighting with Bupo. A terrifying force shot out and the space kept shaking as if it would be torn apart at any time. It was completely distorted. The terrifying force spread out for thousands of miles. Many mountains were swept by the force and turned into dust in an instant. However, most of the energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It seemed like the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was really made from the weapons of ancient experts. The terrifying energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, but it was not damaged at all. At most, it only left a few marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 moves, and there was still no clear winner. Heavens, so strong, too strong. Is this the combat strength of a second-grade Heaven's favorite? An old man at the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm gasped in shock. He had a feeling that with his cultivation of the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm, not to mention exchanging blows with the two, even if he were to charge forward and get within 100 meters of the two, he would be ground into pieces by the terrifying energy. A martial artist at the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm would not be able to resist at all. Their cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength is too terrifying. They're probably close to the spirit god realm? Even if they can't really fight with a spiritual god, they won't be too far off. If they break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, they might really be able to fight with a spiritual god realm powerhouse. Terrifying. A spirit embryo that can battle a spirit god. Too terrifying. The onlookers discussed as they watched. They were extremely shocked. Even a few spiritual god realm powerhouses had grave expressions. He's indeed powerful. He's definitely a heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart, his gaze a little solemn. Now he was sure that the second-grade Heaven's Pride experts of the Central Continent must be at the level of sovereign gods. It was amazing that there were more than 20 of such Heaven's Pride experts. I wonder what realm the Emperor God has reached. Lu Ming thought to himself. Half a year ago, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Now that more than half a year had passed, it was normal for the Emperor God to reach the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. It was even possible for him to reach the perfected spirit embryo realm. If they met, he would still be a great enemy of Lu Ming. With my current combat strength, am I a match for them? Lu Ming was secretly measuring his combat strength. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had suppressed the Emperor God by combining the Inscription Tao and the Tao of Inscription. However, the Emperor God had not been defeated one-sided. Now that Lu Ming's refinement path and martial arts were separated, his combat power was slightly weaker. However, as compared to the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had cultivated the water concept. The fusion of 5 types of concepts had an astonishing power, much stronger than 4 types of concepts. Even without the Tao of Inscription, Lu Ming's combat strength was still powerful. He was confident that he could suppress his opponent in a battle of the same level. However, they were in the Central Continent now. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Lu Ming could not use some of his techniques. He could not fully unleash his dragon power either, which greatly reduced his combat strength. In addition, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to encounter either Blood Luo Zi or Yin Bupo, he would not be a match for them. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. If I reach the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm and reach the same level as them, I won't be afraid of them even if I can't fight the bloodline fusion. Lu Ming kept thinking. 9th level spirit embryo realm. The heavens and earth trembled continuously. Half of the sky was filled with lightning while the other half was filled with blood chi. The lightning and the blood-red light kept clashing and clashing. No one could see Yin Bupo and Xue Luozi's figures at all. They could only see light and shadow intertwining. This battle lasted for 2 hours. The lightning and bloodlight in the sky dissipated at the same time. 2 figures stood on one side of the sky, gasping for breath. Their eyes were sharp and serious as they stared at each other. It was a draw. It was said that in the Battle of Providence, the 2 of them exchanged thousands of moves and ended up in a draw. Today it was the same. Blood Luo Zi, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You're lucky today. Yin Bupo said coldly. I should be the one saying that. I'll spare your life today. Xue Luozi also sneered. The 2 of them didn't continue to fight. They had exchanged 1,000 moves just now, and the 2 of them had used up a lot of their energy. Moreover, there were many experts around them, so they had to leave some strength to guard against someone who might attack them in the dark. It seems like they won't fight again this time. It's a draw again. Xue Luozi and Yin Bupo are really strong opponents. That's true. Sky Eagle Castle and Cold Blood Hall are close to each other. The 2 forces have been fighting each other for a long time. Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo have been fighting since they were young, but there has never been a winner between them. But this is a good thing. With a lifelong opponent, their progress is amazing. It's good to have an opponent. This is a golden era with countless geniuses. In the past, geniuses like Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo would definitely be invincible. But today, there are more than 20 of them, and there are even the stronger top 5 young warriors. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but sigh. There were too many Heaven's favorites in this generation. Second-grade Heaven's favorites like Yin Bupo and Xue Luozi had the chance to break through to the martial royal realm. In the past, it was considered good if there were 2 or 3 of them in each generation. But in this generation, there were over 20 of them, and even the more powerful 5 overlords. Even the Eastern Barren Territory, Southern Nether, Northern Plains, and Western Desert were filled with talents. Heaven's Pride experts were like clouds, and all of them were competing with each other. This was a brilliant golden age. Everyone knew that this battle was over, and some people were preparing to leave. Everyone, Tan Xiang is preparing to host the Alchemy King's banquet in 7 days. I'd like to invite all of you to have a drink and discuss Tao. Would you all be willing to give this little girl some face? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. It was Fairy Tan Xiang. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, it's a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Goddess Tan Xiang to personally host the Pill King banquet. How can I not go? Demon Mountain Jun Yu was the first to speak, his eyes shining. Many thanks, Brother Jun. Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly. It's our honor to be able to attend the Pill King banquet organized by Goddess Tan Xiang. As long as Fairy doesn't mind, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The others all rushed to speak, hoping to attract Goddess Tan Xiang's attention. Then this little sister thanks everyone. This little sister will take her leave first. Everyone can stay in the Pill City for the time being, and head to the Pill King Academy in 7 days. With that said, Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly, then stepped on the air and left. After that, Jing Kongling also turned around and left, like a fairy in the clouds. Yin Bupo will fight another day. Shui Luozi turned into a ray of bloodlight and left. Yin Bupo laughed coldly and also left. After that, the others also dispersed. Brother Chu, what is the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked Chu Kuang. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are all alchemists who mainly refine pills. The pills of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are well known all over the world, and some of the outstanding heroes of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will, from time to time, melt their proudest pills into fine wine and invite the world's heroes to come and have a taste, and also make friends with the world's heroes. So, although the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not an overlord force today, its influence is still extremely terrifying. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. This tradition was very special. Let's go to the Pill City first. The Pill King Institution is in the Pill City. Chu Kuang said. Immediately, the 3 of them flew towards the City of Pills. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters had been an overlord force in the distant past, but now, because they did not have an emperor to hold down the fort, they had stepped down from the throne of overlord force. However, their strength was still very terrifying and could not be underestimated. There was more than one supreme martial artist in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and they were good at alchemy and had good relations with the major forces. Their potential was no small matter. The city of alchemy was built in the vicinity of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was very crowded and lively here. The Valley of the Medicine Masters sold all kinds of elixirs here and also bought all kinds of spiritual herbs and flowers, so it attracted a large number of chambers of commerce to sell and purchase elixirs. The Pill City was not far from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. In just half a day, the 3 arrived at the Pill City. So many spirit herbs. So many spirit herbs. Dandan had appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, her eyes darting around. On both sides of the city's streets, there were spirit herb shops. The rich medicinal fragrance of the elixir shops came from all directions, which made people feel refreshed. No wonder Dandan was looking around. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin glanced at Dandan. They thought that this little turtle was quite interesting. Brother Chu, Miss Wenjing, how about we find a place to stay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. All right. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin nodded and the 3 of them found an inn to stay in. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his figure disappeared. Only the mountain and river diagram was left floating in the room. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared around him. I'll break through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm with the Ori rocks. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall had made Lu Ming realize the huge gap between him and a spiritual god expert. This time, He was under a lot of pressure when he saw the battle between Xue Luozi and Yin Bupo. Now, he had many restrictions and his cultivation was not high enough. If he were to fight against heaven's favorites like Blood Luozi and Yin Bupo, he would most likely not be their match. Hence, he needed to increase his strength urgently. Originally, he did not plan to use the raw gemstones to improve his cultivation because the consumption of raw gemstones would definitely be terrifying. He did not have many raw gemstones on him now. He had wanted to keep them as a backup, but he could not care so much now. Improving his strength was the most important thing. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed. A terrifying devouring power burst out, shattering tens of thousands of raw gemstones. The majestic original chi was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and began to be refined rapidly. Circulating the true war dragon technique, the origin chi was constantly refined and transformed into true essence. The true essence gathered in the spirit embryo and was constantly condensed. The spirit embryo became more and more solid, and its size became smaller and smaller. After refining tens of thousands of raw gemstones, another tens of thousands of gemstones were refined. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 300,000 raw gemstones. Soon! With a sharp glint in his eyes, he continued to refine. Another day passed and he had refined nearly 100,000 raw gemstones. Boom! Something seemed to have been broken through. Lu Ming's aura grew and the essential core in his body roared. It was several times more powerful than before. His cultivation broke through and reached the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. Chapter 1019 Spatial Stone. At this moment, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. However, the consumption of the raw gemstones made him feel a little pained. He had refined a total of 400,000 raw gemstones. This was too shocking. However, after his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. His vital essence was vast and abundant, and the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be more powerful. I wonder if I can fight Yin Bupo and Blood Luozi with my current combat power? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Xue Luozi and Yin Bupo were both at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, while Lu Ming was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. This was similar to his battle with the Emperor God in the Battle of Providence. However, at that time, Lu Ming had to use all his means and the array to suppress the Emperor God. However, Lu Ming did not have the Tao of inscription, but he had integrated the concept of water. If Lu Ming could use all his skills and perform the blood meridian fusion, he was confident that he could suppress Xue Luozi or Yin Bupo. However, if he could not perform the blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming was not confident. But at least, Lu Ming was confident that he would not lose. There's still 3 days before the Pill King banquet, let's go to Pill City first. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of the room. He sensed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's rooms were empty. They must have gone out for a walk. The city of pills was like a huge commercial city. There were shops everywhere and there were countless types of spiritual herbs and pills. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In some shops, one could even buy level 8 medicinal pills, but the price was terrifying. In some places, stalls were set up. The stall owners would sell some strange things. Some might be rare treasures, while others might just be waste. Such a place was called the Taba area. It was mainly a test of luck. If one was lucky, they might be able to buy something of high value. Of course, one also needed to have good eyesight. This place had attracted a lot of people. There were many people on the street. Lu Ming strolled among the crowd, looking to the east and west. On her shoulder, Dandan's eyes were also looking around. Upon arriving here, Dandan became spirited and declared that with his eyesight, no treasure could escape his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after walking around. The things here were strange. Some of the so-called spirit herbs were just weeds on the side of the road and were used to fool people. Some of the abandoned spirit weapons were used as battle weapons from the ancient times. Some people even took a few stones and said that there were rare treasures in the stones. They were also sold at a high price. Once this was sold, it would be a huge profit. That is, Lu Ming, that piece of purple jade in front. Yes, the purple jade that the chick is buying. Buy it. It's very useful. Lu Ming was looking around when Dandan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. She looked very excited. Lu Ming's spirit was lifted and he looked forward. Two young women were standing in front of a stall. One of the young women was taking a purple jade from the stall owner. The purple jade that Dandan was talking about was this one. That purple jade is very ordinary. Could it be a treasure? Lu Ming was surprised. You can't compare to my judgment. Lu Ming, you'll definitely make a big profit if you buy it. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He strode forward to the front of the stall and pretended to take a casual glance at the purple jade in the woman's hand. He said casually, this piece of purple jade is not bad. I can buy it to make a jade pendant for my sister. This big brother, how much is this purple jade? The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He smiled and said, Young master, you're late. This purple jade has just been bought by this lady. You bought it? Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. He then sized up the young woman. The young woman was very beautiful. She was in her 20s and could be considered a rare beauty. Behind her, there was another woman. From her appearance, she should be a maidservant. Miss, can you let me have this purple jade? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Hey, my lady bought this piece of purple jade first. Why should she let you have it? The maidservant behind the woman called out first. It's nothing. I just saw that this purple jade is quite beautiful and wanted to buy it to make a jade pendant for my younger sister. Since this young lady has bought it first, then this one will not take it from her. Lu Ming smiled, cupped his fists, and was about to leave. Although it was a pity to miss it, Lu Ming would not take it by force since it had already been bought. Young master, please wait. At this moment, the young woman called out and Lu Ming stopped. Actually, I only bought this purple jade because I thought it looked good. It's not of much use to me. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. The young lady stepped forward and handed the purple jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rather surprised and did not pick it up. Brat, quickly accept it. If you don't, you'll regret it. Dandan constantly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and reached out to take the purple jade. I'm Lu Xiaoqing. Thank you for giving me this jade. I wonder what your name is. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you for this jade. I am Zhou Xian. Young Master Lu is too polite. The young woman smiled. So it's Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou is also here to participate in the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked. That's right. It seems like young Master Lu has the same purpose as me. Zhou Xian smiled and looked around. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Lu Ming took his leave. This was because Dandan was urging Lu Ming to go back and cut open the purple jade. There would definitely be a surprise. Miss, why did you give that purple jade to that kid? After Lu Ming left, the maidservant said unhappily. Silly girl, what is this place? This time, there are quite a few young talents from the Pill City who have come to attend the banquet. This man looks extraordinary, so he might be a Heaven's Chosen. Why not use a useless piece of purple jade to make friends with a Heaven's Chosen? Zhou Xian smiled. Mrs. Wise. The servant girl flattered. Very soon, Lu Ming returned to the inn. After entering his room, he entered the mountain and river diagram. His palm glowed, and the purple jade appeared in his hand. This piece of purple jade looked very ordinary. Could it be that there was really a rare treasure in the purple jade? Lu Ming, cut this purple jade open. Be careful. Dandan instructed. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His essential core spread out and condensed into a sharp sword, slowly cutting toward the purple jade. The purple jade was about the size of 2 fists. Lu Ming cut it carefully. When he was halfway through, a faint milky white halo spread out. There was really something in the purple jade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He slowly cut the purple jade around him, leaving behind a milky white jade the size of a longan in his hand. What kind of jade is this? Lu Ming was a little curious. This piece of jade looked ordinary and did not look like a rare treasure at all. Brat, is the dimensional stone considered a rare treasure? Dandan grinned. What? This is a storage elemental stone? Lu Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 1020 Stealing Medicine. Lu Ming was overjoyed to find that it was a Nanyuan stone. The Nanyuan stone was a very mysterious treasure because it could store a warrior's true yuan. A warrior only needed to put their true qi into the storage yuan stone in advance and store it. When they needed to use it, they could directly absorb the true qi from the storage yuan stone, because it was originally the warrior's own true qi, so there was no need to convert it, and it could be used directly. This way, he didn't have to worry about his true essence being exhausted. The Nanyuan stone was a rare treasure for a warrior. Sometimes, it could save one's life. Moreover, the Nanyuan stone could be used for a long time. It was rarely seen in the market, but once it appeared, its price would be terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had never expected that there would be a Nanyuan stone in the purple jade. I wonder if this yuan storing stone can withstand my true yuan. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to the amount of true essence that different energy storage stones could store. It was impossible for an ordinary Nanyuan stone to store a king's vital essence. If a king's vital essence was poured in, the Nanyuan stone would probably explode. The amount of true yuan that different energy storage stones could store was different. I'll try. Holding the Na yuan stone in his hand, Lu Ming continuously transferred his essential core into the Na yuan stone. As expected, the moment the essential core entered the Na yuan stone, it was stored in the Na yuan stone. In a short while, Lu Ming's essential core was almost completely absorbed into the Nanyuan stones. It's great that he can withstand it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this way, the essential core that Lu Ming could use had greatly increased. The power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was now equivalent to the middle level of a low-grade divine-level martial arts technique. The amount of vital essence it consumed was too terrifying. Lu Ming had not dared to unleash his full power previously. Otherwise, the vital essence in his body would be drained dry in an instant. However, Lu Ming was not afraid now. Even if he was drained in one go, he could replenish his essential core in an instant with the Nanyuan stones. In this case, Lu Ming had an additional trump card. Now that he was using all of his strength to unleash the prison-suppressing heaven technique, even though he could not unleash its full power, it was still much stronger than when he could only unleash a few levels of its power carefully. Next, Lu Ming took out the rough stone and started to recover his essential core. When his quintessential essence had fully recovered, Lu Ming continued to channel his quintessential essence into the Na yuan stone. He predicted that this energy-storing stone should be able to withstand the true essence of his first-level spiritual god realm. In other words, before Lu Ming broke through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, this Nanyuan stone would be his trump card. Lu Ming only stopped after he had channeled his essential core 5 times. Quintessential essence of 5 times was equivalent to 5 times his quintessential essence, which was enough for the time being. After he had recovered his essential core, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. There was still one more day before the start of the Pill Emperor's banquet. More and more people were gathering in Pill City. Other than the people who had watched the battle between Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi, there were also some other people who had rushed over after hearing the news. Of course, most of them were from the younger generation. Because the one hosting the Pill King's banquet was Goddess Tan Xiang, it was only natural that the young people would be gathered here. It wasn't good for the older generation to mix around with these young people. There were fewer and fewer buildings here, and instead, there were many hills. I smell a fragrance. It's a strong medicinal fragrance. There are spiritual herbs. Dandan's nose suddenly twitched. Then, she rushed down from Lu Ming's shoulder and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. This guy! Lu Ming was speechless. He chased after her. After crossing a hill, they came to a canyon. Dandan slowed down a little, rushed left and right, and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This valley was filled with inscription formations. Now that Lu Ming did not have mental energy fire, he could not break the array. However, even if they could not break the formation, they might not be able to stop Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had his knowledge of the inscription Dao. Moreover, he could also feel it as his second body's understanding of the inscription Dao increased. During this period of time, He had been cultivating at Mount Liangyi and his progress had been amazing. The second body did not have any distracting thoughts. Coupled with the blessing of providence, its comprehension had increased tenfold. As it focused on cultivation, its progress was much faster than Lu Ming's main body. Its understanding of the Tao of inscription was improving every day. Therefore, although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had a good eye. Although the array in the canyon was brilliant, Lu Ming could still see the flaws in it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, then backward, suddenly left, then suddenly right, and headed into the valley. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, Lu Ming saw an herbal field. There were many kinds of spirit herbs planted in the herbal field. The herbal fragrance was extremely rich and wafted in the valley. These spiritual herbs are all level 7. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that the spiritual herbs in the herbal field were almost all level 7 spiritual herbs and there were at least 1,000 of them. At this time, Dandan was rolling around in the medicinal field, her eyes shining with excitement. Her claws were constantly grabbing the spirit herbs in the medicinal field and stuffing them into her mouth. "Dandan, hurry up!" Lu Ming urged. It was impossible for this large herbal field to be ownerless in the city of pills. It must have been planted by an expert from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Even Lu Ming was a little apprehensive to steal other people's spiritual herbs in their territory. Like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, Dandan quickly stuffed hundreds of spiritual herbs into her mouth, all of which were upper level 7. This fellow had sharp eyes and picked the best ones. Where did this little thief come from, daring to steal medicine here? Suddenly, a delicate shout was heard and a beautiful figure rushed out of the valley. In the air, inscriptions filled the air and a great formation glowed. Rays of light entangled Dandan. Not good. Dandan was shocked. She sprinted frantically, her 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell danced in the air, dodging the formations one by one, and flew toward Lu Ming. Sandalwood incense. Lu Ming was shocked to see that beautiful figure. The beautiful figure in the valley was actually the fairy Sandalwood, Mu Sandalwood. Lu Ming's body glowed and his physical body changed rapidly, turning into another appearance. He grabbed Dandan and retreated quickly. "Stay here." Fairy Tan Xiang's jade-like hands danced and the mental energy fire between her brows glowed. On the ground around Lu Ming, formations kept appearing. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. He swept his gaze across the array and took a few steps forward. Each step was very mysterious. He stepped on the weak point of the array and retreated quickly. In a few breaths, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. Fairy Tan Xiang stopped, a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She did not continue to attack or pursue. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming flashed at top speed and soon left the canyon, disappearing from sight. Strange, it's really strange. There's clearly no trace of mental energy fire, but he can see the weakness of the array with a glance and thus avoid the attack of the array and retreat calmly. It's really strange. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Fairy Tan Xiang whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was also the reason why she didn't pursue him. Chapter 1021 Paragons attending the banquet. She could sense very clearly that Lu Ming definitely did not have any mental energy fire. This was rare in itself. Most martial artists would cultivate mental energy fire as an auxiliary martial art. However, she did not sense any mental energy fire on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could see through the weakness of the array at once. This was something that even she could not do better than this. That was why she was even more curious. You tried to hide your appearance and change your appearance at the first moment to fool me. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to fool me. Fairy Tan Xiang pursed her lips and smiled flirtatiously. Lu Ming rushed out of the canyon and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his current combat power, he was not afraid of Goddess Tan Xiang, but he was in the wrong after all. This was the city of pills, the territory of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. If he was discovered by a rank 8 alchemist from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You rascal, I'm not going to care about you in the future. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Kid, what did you say? Why didn't you say that when I found a treasure like the Na Yuan pill for you? Dandan glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. Lu Ming was silent and speechless. Indeed, Dandan had been of great help to Lu Ming at times. However, she was also the one who caused trouble at times. Kid, I'll recover better with the spiritual medicine. When I've fully recovered, I'll be able to dominate the world. At that time, I'll be able to kill even stronger experts with a single slap, let alone martial emperors. At that time, there will be countless people who want to curry favor with me, and it won't be your turn. Dandan said proudly. Oh. How long will it take for you to fully recover? What level of spirit medicine do you need? Lu Ming said. I don't know. As for the spirit herbs, if you want me to fully recover, mere spiritual medicine is of no use. You need stronger treasures, such as saint medicine. Dandan muttered. Go to hell. Lu Ming looked at him with disdain. What was the use of saying so much? Sacred medicine. What was a sacred medicine? It was a legendary supreme treasure medicine, an unparalleled treasure. Even if an emperor saw it, they would be envious. In terms of level, it was an item that completely surpassed emperors. Above level 9 spirit herbs were saint herbs. The man and the turtle bickered as they returned to the inn. Lu Ming threw Dandan into the mountain and river diagram and continued cultivating. The next morning, Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin headed for the Alchemy King's department. The Pill King Institution was located on the west side of the city. It was very famous and everyone in the city knew about it. There were people from Medicine King's Valley standing guard at the entrance of the Pill King's Academy. However, after Chu Kuang revealed his identity, he naturally didn't stop the three of them from entering. The fragrance of herbs assailed the nostrils of the Alchemy King's department. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower was a spirit herb. Many of the buildings were built like pill furnaces. They were ancient and simple, filled with the aura of time. There were butterflies and bees flying in the flowers, collecting pollen for the spiritual flowers. These colorful butterflies and bees were not ordinary insects. They were all exotic species. For example, each of those bees was a rank 5 demonic beast, equivalent to a king's realm cultivator. The honey they produced in the future would be a precious medicine worth cities. Entering the Alchemy King Academy and smelling the medicinal fragrance, it made one feel refreshed and breathing smoothly. If an ordinary person were to enter this place and live in such an environment for a few days, they would definitely not get sick and live to 100 years old. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in wonder. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was similar to the Talisman Amulet sect. They were both major sects in the Tao of Inscription. However, the Talisman Amulet sect was more inclined towards talisman scrolls and puppets, while the Valley of the Medicine Masters was more inclined towards alchemy. Their fate was very similar to that of the Talisman Amulet sect. They both once had an emperor, but now the emperor had passed away. In fact, the Talisman Amulet sect was no longer an overlord force, because it didn't have an emperor to oversee it. Lu Mingdong took a closer look and walked around the courtyard a few times. When they arrived at another courtyard, it was already full of people. They were all young people, and there were no figures of the older generation. There were about 10 tables, about 80 to 90 people, and on the side, disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters walked around, carrying pots of wine. Some people couldn't wait to pour out the wine, and the fragrance immediately assailed the nose and spread in all directions. Good wine, it's really good wine. Chu Kuang's nose twitched, and his eyes lit up. It's indeed good wine. Lu Ming was also amazed. Even before drinking it, Lu Ming could feel that this was definitely a good wine. Furthermore, there were many kinds of spiritual herbs in the wine. It was definitely not an ordinary wine. Brother Lu, this is the outer court. Third-grade geniuses and above should be in the inner court. Chu Kuang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. So that's how it is. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. No wonder he did not see any famous geniuses here, let alone second-grade geniuses like Goddess Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and Jun Yu. It turned out that they were divided into the inner and outer courts. Clearly, only third-grade heaven's favorites and above could enter the inner court. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and Lu Ming walked towards the door in front of them. attracting the attention of many people. That's Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. I'm so envious. A third-class heaven's favorite or above can enter the inner court and drink and chat with peerless beauties like Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. I heard that the fine wine in the inner court is even more precious. Who's that kid? How come I've never seen him before? If he dares to enter the inner court, he might be kicked out. In the end, many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This was because they felt that Lu Ming was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Only Hai Ziming, Ling Yun Kong, and a few other heaven's favorites from the Floating Mountain Martial School looked normal. They knew very well that Lu Ming was definitely a third-class prodigy. Naturally, Lu Ming heard this as well. He ignored it and walked through the gate into the inner courtyard. There was a small lake in the inner courtyard, and the environment was even more elegant and unique. There was a pavilion beside the lake. In the pavilion, there was a table, and around the table, there were only 6 people. There were 5 of them: the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Yin Bupo, Master Blood Luo, and a young man in white. Lu Ming had not seen him before, but he was undoubtedly a second-grade heaven's favorite. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to sit in that position. Under the pavilion there were 2 tables, and more than a dozen young figures were sitting there. These people were obviously third-class heaven's favorites. So it's Brother Chu and Miss Zhang. Please. Fairy Tan Xiang waved her hand and chuckled. When she turned to look at Lu Ming, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then she smiled. After all, Lu Ming had a guilty conscience. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly concealed his aura and did not look at Fairy Tan Xiang. Haha, Chu Kuang. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I wonder if your strength has improved recently. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young man in a blood-red robe. He was burly and had an arrogant expression on his face. He was sitting at one of the 2 tables. Huang Kuei, you were lucky to win the battle of karmic luck. There's no need to keep talking about it. Chu Kuang coldly said, his face somewhat unsightly. Luck? Hee, you really know how to put gold on your face. The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. He glanced at Zhang Wenjin and Lu Ming, and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, Chu Kuang, why don't you come in by yourself? Who was this person? What right did he have to step into this place? Did he not know his identity? Is this a place that trash can enter? Chapter 1022 Rare Spiritual Wine. Huang Kuei sneered at Lu Ming with a look of contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not say a word when he came in, but Huang Kuei came to him of his own accord. Huang Kuei, Brother Lu has the qualifications to enter this place. Chu Kuang said with a sullen face. Haha, qualified? Do you think I'm qualified because you said so? Then anyone can bring people in, are there still rules? Huang Kuei sneered and then looked at Goddess Tan Xiang. Fairy, I suggest that we drive this person out. However, before Huang Kuei could finish his sentence, Goddess Tan Xiang raised her hand and interrupted him. Brother Huang, you don't have to say anything. I know Brother Lu. He is qualified to enter this place. The clear voice spread throughout the entire area, causing many people's eyes to move in surprise. Fairy Tan Xiang actually knew this young man surnamed Lu? Where did this person come from? Was he also a third-grade heaven's favorite? Then why hadn't he seen it in the Battle of Providence? Many questions appeared in everyone's mind. Huang Kuei's face froze on the spot before it turned red. He was extremely embarrassed. Previously, he had berated Lu Ming loudly, saying that he was a piece of trash and that he was not qualified. However, the next moment, Fairy Tan Xiang directly said that she knew Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was qualified. This was equivalent to slapping his face in front of everyone. His heart was burning with anger, and he was very dissatisfied with Fairy Tan Xiang, but he did not dare to show it. It's all Chu Kuang's fault, and this brat's fault. Not daring to be displeased with Goddess Tan Xiang, Huang Kuei could only direct his anger towards Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his eyes cold. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin were also stunned. Fairy Tan Xiang knew Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming and Fairy Tan Xiang were old acquaintances? Everyone had their own thoughts. Even Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Don't tell me he recognized me. Lu Ming could not help but think. Brother Lu, please take a seat. Tan Xiang waved her hand and smiled sweetly as she pointed to their table. This time, the scene was in an uproar, and everyone's face changed. What? Fairy Tan Xiang asked this Lu guy to sit at the table above. That table is reserved for second-grade heaven's favorites. Does this Lu guy have the right to sit there? How is that possible? How many second-grade heaven's favorites are there? I didn't even see him in the Battle of Providence, so how could he be a second-grade prodigy? Then why did Fairy Tan Xiang ask him to take the seat of honor? Many third-class heaven's favorites were discussing in low voices. However, everyone had a suspicious look in their eyes. Even Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, Junyue, and the others' expressions changed slightly as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions were even more interesting. Lu Ming himself was also a little stunned. Brother Lu, please. Fairy Tan Xiang invited again. All right. Lu Shaoqing thanks the fairy. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped forward without hesitation. This kid really went up. He really dares to go up? Does he really think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-grade heaven's pride? Lu Ming's actions caused a wave of soft discussions. This kid. Huang Kuei's expression turned even uglier. Lu Ming did not care about the gazes from the surrounding people. He stepped forward. He was now certain that Sandalwood had recognized him. Since she had recognized him, he could only face it. At most, he would just compensate her with those spirit herbs. Brat, get down. This is not a place you can come up. Just as Lu Ming walked up to the pavilion, a cold voice rang in his ears. It was transmitted and no one else could hear it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at a person. Blood Luo Zi. The words just now were clearly said by Blood Luo Zi. At this moment, Blood Luo Zi stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not look at Blood Luo Zi anymore. He continued to walk to the table in the pavilion and sat down on an empty chair. He completely ignored Xue Luo Zi, which made Xue Luo Zi's expression turn ugly. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Jing Kongling, Junyue, and the rest were also sizing Lu Ming up curiously. It's almost time. Let's not wait any longer. Serve the wine now. Fairy Tan Xiang's voice rang out. She then clapped her hands lightly, and a few young women brought out pots of wine. In front of each of them was a small pot of wine. The first wine to be served is called Heart-Burning Flame. Everyone, please have a taste. Fairy Tan Xiang said in a sweet voice. As soon as Fairy Tan Xiang finished speaking, some people impatiently poured wine and drank it all. Lu Ming poured himself a cup as well. When the wine was poured into the cup, a layer of flame seemed to appear on the surface of the wine and dance in the cup. What a wonderful wine! Lu Ming praised him in his heart. He then picked up the cup and drank it in one go. When the wine entered his mouth, it was rich and sweet, but when it flowed down his throat and into his stomach, it was like a flame burning fiercely. In particular, there was a stream of heat flowing into his heart. Lu Ming felt as if his heart was on fire, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt warm and extremely comfortable. This wine can also burn and condense true essence. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that his essential core had become more solid. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but pour himself another cup and finish it. Following that, Lu Ming poured a few glasses of wine and finished the pot of wine in no time. Lu Ming licked his lips, looking as if he had not had enough. It was the same for the others. Even some women who didn't like alcohol had finished it all. Good wine. Burning heart. The wine is indeed as good as its name. A young man in white beside Lu Ming sighed. This person was the peerless genius of Tianxia Academy, Kong Xian. It's indeed good wine. Junyue also sighed in admiration. A demonic light flashed on his body and his aura was overbearing. It's good that everyone likes it. My little sister's efforts were not in vain. Next, I'll invite everyone to taste the second wine. Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and then clapped her hands. Another young woman brought up a pot of wine, and everyone still had a pot. This wine is called the Spirit Cleansing Dew. Fairy Tan Xiang introduced. With the intense flames burning heart wine from before, many people were no longer in a hurry and began to drink. Lu Ming poured a cup and drank it in one go. The feeling that this wine gave was completely different from the previous raging flames burning heart wine. As soon as this wine entered his stomach, a cold feeling spread throughout his body and finally gathered in his mind. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that his mind was extremely clear and his thoughts were active. It was several times stronger than usual. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He sensed the intent realm of the earth carefully, and realized that his speed of comprehension of the intent realm had increased by several times. This kind of wine could actually improve a warrior's comprehension ability. Of course, this was only temporary. The wine had been mixed with elixirs. Once the medicinal effect wore off, the effect would naturally disappear. However, it was already shocking enough. If he took it for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. One cup after another, and very quickly, another pot of wine was finished. After that, Goddess Tan Xiang ordered people to bring out a few more types of wine. Each type of wine had a different effect, and they were not simple wine. Each type of wine was refined from spirit herbs and wine. They had different flavors, and it was very satisfying. Challenging Lu Ming. The wine brewed by Fairy Tan Xiang is really rare. I'm really lucky today. Haha, that's right. If other people knew about this, they would be so envious. The young men began to flatter her, hoping to gain her attention. Since everyone is so excited, and it's rare for us to gather together after the Battle of Providence, why don't we use martial arts to liven things up? Huang Kuei raised his wine cup and strode out, his voice echoing throughout the entire area. Everyone's hearts moved. The show was about to begin. With so many heaven's favorites here, drinking was just one of the reasons. Sparring was also a must. Obviously, Huang Kuei was the first to suggest this. Using martial arts to liven things up, naturally. With a wave of her hands, inscriptions glowed on the ground. In an empty space not far away, light flickered, and a fighting ring appeared. This battle platform was originally built by our sect's seniors for sparring. It's sturdy and immortal. Everyone, please feel free to display your skills. Fairy Tan Xiang introduced. All right, thank you, Fairy Tan Xiang. Huang Kuei laughed as he stepped forward and landed on the fighting stage. His eyes swept around, finally landing on Chu Kuang as he said, Chu Kuang, you lost to me in the Battle of Providence. Half a year has passed. I wonder how much progress you've made. Do you dare to fight me? Why wouldn't I? Chu Kuang drank a cup of wine in one gulp. His body moved and he landed on the fighting stage. Miss Zhang, what are Brother Chu's chances of winning? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin's expression was grave. She also sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's hard to say. Huang Kuei is the second most powerful genius in Cold Blood Hall. Brother Chu was defeated by him in the Battle of Providence. Although Brother Chu has improved in the past 6 months, Huang Kuei will not stagnate. It turns out that Huang Kuei is also from Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Blood Luo Zi had shouted at him coldly and told him to get lost. Boom! At this moment, the two of them had already started fighting in the fighting ring. The two powerful auras collided with each other, creating a violent boom. Chu Kuang and Huang Kuei's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm. It was clear that they had just broken through. 10,000 miles of ice. Chu Kuang's blade flashed, and the terrifying cold chi seemed to be able to freeze the entire alchemy division. Humph, it's this move again, Blood Flame Claw. Huang Kuei's blood chi was boiling as he clawed out claw rays. These claw rays reeked of blood, and within them, there was a burning heat. The blood-red flame and the ice continued to collide with each other, causing a sizzling sound to be heard on the fighting ring. The ice was melted by the fire, and a mist filled the air. Yin Bupo waved his hand, and the cold wind whistled, blowing away the mist. At this moment, the paragons of the outer court had also heard the commotion. They all rose into the air and looked over. Chu Kuang has made a move, and his opponent is Huang Kuei. Hai Ziming said. In the Battle of Providence, Chu Kuang lost to senior brother Huang Kuei. This time, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. A cold-blood hall genius sneered. Times have changed, I don't think so. Hai Ziming replied coldly. Oh really? Just watch. The cold-blood hall disciple sneered. Cold-blood hall was next to the floating mountain, and their relationship was not good. In the land of Central Continent, the various emperors stood side by side. The various overlords and forces were divided and fought for hegemony with each other. They were not harmonious and had conflicts with each other. For example, the Sky Eagle Castle and Cold-Blood Hall were mortal enemies. At the same time, the relationship between Cold-Blood Hall and Floating Mountain was not good. As the crowd discussed, the battle on the fighting ring became even more intense. The two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The bloodthirsty swirled. Huang Kuei displayed a terrifying technique of the Cold-Blood Hall. A blood-red light curtain burst out in all directions. Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated as if he was very afraid. But even though he retreated, he was still affected. The blood in his body was boiling, as if it was about to leave his body. Blood Flame Emperor Hand. Huang Kuei once again changed his technique, and his attacks became even more violent. Chu Kuang had no choice but to use his bloodline fusion. But immediately after, Huang Kuei also used bloodline fusion. It turned out to be a blood-red claw. It seemed to be the claw of some kind of living creature, and its power was terrifying. The two bloodlines clashed in the air, and a few dozen more moves quickly passed. However, it was obvious that Huang Kuei was stronger, and he slowly gained the upper hand. In the end, Chu Kuang's bloodline was torn apart by the blood claw, and he transformed back into his human form. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Huang Kuei also transformed into his human form and laughed. Chu Kuang, I think you're becoming more and more useless. You're losing even faster than the last time. You'll never be my opponent. Ha ha ha. Huang Kuei laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with contempt. Chu Kuang's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Since he had lost, saying that everything was in vain would only make him lose even more face. Haha, I told you, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. Your floating mountain sect, other than the Jing Kong Ling, there's no one else you can take out. In the air above the outer yard, Cold-Blood Hall's sovereign sneered, while Hai Ziming and the others had ugly expressions. However, Cold-Blood Hall's sovereign was right. The floating mountain sect was indeed slightly weaker than Cold-Blood Hall. Even among the overlord forces, there were strong and weak forces. The floating mountain was considered weak among the overlord forces, while Cold-Blood Hall was obviously stronger. Chu Kuang walked down from the fighting ring with an unsightly expression. He came to Wen Jinjiang's side and sighed. Losing to Huang Kuei for the second time was a huge blow to Chu Kuang. Big brother Chu, it's normal to win or lose. Winning once doesn't mean that you'll always win. I believe that Big Brother Chu will be able to defeat Huang Kuei in the future. Zhang Wenjin comforted her. Wenjin, I'm fine. Chu Kuang smiled and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Huang Kuei was still standing on the fighting ring, feeling smug and proud. He had an invincible look on his face. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Shaoqing, do you dare to come up and fight me? Huang Kuei shouted. He had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually been invited by Fairy Tan Xiang to sit with her and the rest. This made him extremely jealous. What was Lu Ming? How could he sit with Fairy Tan Xiang and the others? How strong could a person who did not participate in the Battle of Providence be? Huang Kuei was certain that Lu Ming was not strong. Perhaps he was just lucky to have met Goddess Tan Xiang. Moreover, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming in public and humiliate him. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Lu Ming. This would also be a blow to Chu Kuang. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Huang Kuei and spoke indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to fight? If you don't, then quickly admit defeat and get out of here. Huang Kuei laughed in disdain. Hee hee, okay, I agree. However, I won't take advantage of you. You've been exhausted in the battle just now. Let's fight again after you've recovered. Lu Ming said. There's no need for that. It's just dealing with Chu Kuang. It won't cost me much. And even if it does, I'm confident that it'll be more than enough to deal with you. Huang Kuei had a confident expression. Oh really? Then do as you wish. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Chapter 1024 Beating a Dead Dog. Even Junyue, Jing Kongling, Kong Xian and the others were looking forward to it. Even Fairy Tan Xiang herself was looking forward to it. She invited Lu Ming to take a seat because she recognized him as the person who had stolen the medicine previously. He did not have any mental energy fire, but he could move freely in the array. She was very curious about this, so she invited Lu Ming to take a seat. She also wanted to see how strong Lu Ming's real abilities were. That is, Lu Shaoqing? In the outer courtyard, Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the rest were shocked as they recognized Lu Ming. It's that kid, the one who went in with Chu Kuang. Haha, and nobody actually dares to fight with senior brother Huang. I bet he'll be completely crushed by senior brother Huang within 10 moves. 10 moves, I don't think we should even take 5. A few Cold Blood Hall talents sneered. Don't be too sure. Hai Ziming replied coldly. He had fought with Lu Ming before. He felt that Lu Ming did not use his full strength when he fought with him. He might be able to fight Huang Kuei. It's not that you're too full of yourself, but that there's no suspense. Cold Blood Hall's paragon looked confident. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Huang Kuei stood opposite each other. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently with a carefree look. Humph, what are you pretending for? I'm going to make you reveal your true form. Huang Kuei laughed coldly. His body flashed and a blood-red light burst forth. A blood-red claw ray grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He struck with his palm. On his palm, a 5-colored radiance flashed. Bang! The palm and the blood claw collided, producing a cracking sound and a muffled groan. Huang Kuei's figure quickly retreated to the other side of the fighting ring with an extremely ugly expression. One of his hands trembled slightly, and one of his fingers was deformed. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming had actually forced Huang Kuei back with one palm and even broke one of his fingers. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? So you have some ability. I was just careless just now. Next, I will suppress you. Huang Kuei's voice rang out. His deformed fingers began to twist and return to normal. Buzz! Buzz! His figure flashed and he pounced toward Lu Ming. Blood Flame Emperor Claw. Huang Kuei clawed out hundreds of times in a row. Endless blood-colored claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. Each claw was terrifyingly sharp and emitted a scorching aura. They had the terrifying power of burning and corroding. The bloodthirsty swirled. At the same time, Huang Kuei unleashed his bloodthirsty swirl and cast many ultimate techniques at the same time. He wanted to use this move to defeat Lu Ming in one fell swoop and humiliate him to avenge his broken finger. Is this the bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall? It's far from the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body trembling slightly, and he thought to himself. The bloodthirst art could indeed affect other people's blood and weaken the other party's combat strength. However, it had no effect on Lu Ming. The devouring power was activated, and the blood calmed down. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and struck with his palm again. The power of this palm was more than 10 times stronger than the palm just now. The space twisted and exploded. The bloodthirsty forces whirled collapsed like tofu. The claw radiance that filled the sky disappeared without a trace under Lu Ming's palm. Kacha! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream, a figure retreated rapidly. Huang Kuei, it's Huang Kuei again. At this moment, one of his palms was completely deformed. The bones in his fingers and palm were all broken into hundreds of pieces by the terrifying force. CSI! Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had actually beaten Huang Kuei to such a state so easily. He had completely crushed Huang Kuei. Lu Ming actually had such combat ability? This was too terrifying. Brother Lu's cultivation has broken through. Chu Kuang muttered. He felt that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. Previously, he was at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and now, he was at the 9th level. When Lu Ming was still at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he could already faintly suppress him. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was indeed more powerful. Huang Kuei was also in disbelief. Lu Ming's power was far beyond his imagination. Lu Shaoqing, let's call it a day. You have the upper hand. However, I've been exhausted from the battle with Chu Kuang. We'll fight another day. Huang Kuei cried out. He was clearly afraid. You want to fight and not fight? Did you ask me? Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Kuei in an instant. This Huang Kuei was truly laughable. Before the battle, he claimed that he had not expended much energy and that he was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Now that the situation was not right, he wanted to give up the battle. He even used the excuse that he had expended some energy during the battle with Chu Kuang. It was simply laughable. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He struck out with his palm. You! Huang Kuei was frightened and used all his strength to block, but in the next moment, he was sent flying. The bone armor of the other claw was also broken. The next moment, he activated his bloodline and turned into a blood-red claw. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blood-red claw, striking it with his palm. The palm suppressed everything and collided with the blood-red claw with a violent boom. Then, the blood-red claw crumbled and turned back into Huang Kuei. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps and stomped toward Huang Kuei. Stop! In the pavilion, Xue Luozi stood up and shouted, his blood qi soaring into the sky. However, Lu Ming only glanced at him casually and ignored him. He stomped on Huang Kuei's body a few times in succession. Huang Kuei screamed in pain and fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled and the sound of bones breaking came from Huang Kuei's body. Then, he lay on the fighting ring like a dead fish, spitting out blood and convulsing. Crushing, a complete crushing. The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. In the sky above the outer court, the paragons who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. The third-class prodigy, Huang Kuei, was stronger than Chu Kuang in terms of combat strength. However, he was like a piece of trash in the face of Lu Ming. He was easily crushed and beaten into a dead dog. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be that Lu Ming was a second-grade heaven's favorite? Hai Ziming, Ling Yun Kong, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a lingering fear. They finally knew that Lu Ming did not use his true abilities when he fought with them back then. Otherwise they would not have survived. The Cold Blood Hall elites were even more dumbfounded. Previously, they had said that Huang Kuei would be able to crush Lu Ming in 10 or even 5 moves. However, the truth was the complete opposite. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Kuei to a pulp in less than 5 moves. Senior brother Huang Kuei, it's probably because of the battle with Chu Kuang that he's exhausted. A Cold Blood Hall elite finally spoke after a long while, but he was despised by everyone. The battle between Lu Ming and Huang Kuei was not as simple as a loss of essential core. It was a complete suppression in terms of combat strength. Even if Huang Kuei was at his peak, the result would be the same. Even a blind man could see it. They were not the only ones. The geniuses of the inner court were also dumbfounded. The third-grade heaven's favorites were shocked. Lu Ming's strength was way above theirs. Chapter 1025 Great Battle with Blood Luo. As for Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Kong Xin, Yin Bupo, and the others, they all looked solemn. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was already close to their level. It's indeed powerful. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes revealed a strange light. Kid, I told you to stop just now, didn't you hear me? Xue Luozi's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at Blood Luozi indifferently and said, "This is my battle with Huang Kuei and you're telling me to stop? Who do you think you are?" Lu Ming's voice was heard, causing the entire place to suddenly fall silent. Not only the inner court, but the outer court as well. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming actually dared to speak to Blood Luo Zi in this manner. Did he not want to live? Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, Hai Ziming, and the others all gasped. This is terrible. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions changed drastically, and they looked worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, he should not be Xue Luo's match. After all, Xue Luo was a second-grade heaven's favorite. There was a huge difference in combat strength between a second-grade and third-grade heaven's favorite. Just like the Emperor God, if he used his full power, he could kill Blood Sword in a few moves. As expected, Blood Luo Zi's body emitted a cold murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and laughed out of anger. Haha, brat, you actually dare to speak to me like this? Do you really think that you're invincible just because you have some battle power? I'll let you know what I am now. And what are you? You will pay a heavy price for what you said. Then, in a flash, Xue Luo Zi appeared on the fighting ring. His terrifying killing intent filled the whole place, causing many people to shiver. Everyone was shocked. Blood Luo Zi was going to attack Lu Ming. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming. In the pavilion, Jing Kongling frowned and said, Xue Luo Zi, you've gone too far. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. After all, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. As the #1 genius of the Floating Mountain sect, Jing Kongling could not just watch Master Blood Luo kill Lu Ming. Jing Kongling, are you trying to meddle in my business? Xue Luo Zi said coldly. So what? The pure and ethereal spirit stood up, his body covered in mist, making him look even more ethereal. Miss Jing, there's no need for you to take action. I'm enough to deal with a bloodbath. Lu Ming's voice was heard again, leaving the others speechless. Lu Ming said that he would deal with the Blood Luo Zi alone with a confident expression. Where did he get his confidence from? Hee, Sister Kongling, I think you don't need to interfere. Maybe there will be a surprise? Fairy Tan Xiang smiled. She was even more curious about Lu Ming now. Jing Kongling's gaze turned and he actually sat down as well, not saying anything more. Lu Xiaoqing, right? It's good to be confident, but you'll soon realize that your confidence is sometimes very stupid. Seeing Jing Kongling sit down, the killing intent in Xue Luo Zi's eyes became even colder. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and kicked Huang Kuei, who was still twitching, out of the fighting ring. This action made Blood Luo Zi's face darken again. He dared to do this in front of him. This was a slap to his face. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Xue Luo Zi's body, and a layer of blood-red flames danced wildly. This kind of blood-colored flame was extremely terrifying. Compared to the Wang family's purple extreme heavenly fire, its power was even more shocking and even more bizarre. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly as the essential core in his body circulated crazily. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Xue Luo Zi. After all, Xue Luo Zi was a heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Blood Sky Blade. The endless blood-red flames condensed into a saber. Blood Luo Zi held the saber with both hands and stomped his feet. He rushed toward Lu Ming madly and slashed down. The terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. The power of this strike alone had already surpassed Huang Kuei's. The five-colored intent realm covered his entire body as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming strode forward and struck out with his palm. Boom! The saber ray and the palm collided with a terrifying boom. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took a few steps back. Lu Xiaoqing has retreated. He's not his match. I knew it. He can't be eldest senior brother's match. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the Cold Blood Hall elites began to mock him. It's just the beginning, what's the rush? Hai Ziming replied coldly. Buzz. At this moment, Blood Luo Zi slashed at Lu Ming again. His battle prowess is indeed powerful. Then I'll increase the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming had an idea and he struck out with his palm again. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. He stabilized himself. Blood Sky Blade, 9 heavenly blades. Shui Luozi shouted as he slashed out his scarlet heaven blade. Each slash was stronger than the last, and it seemed like it could destroy everything. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His strength increased greatly as he struck out with his palms continuously. Boom! 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 The fighting ring kept shaking, and the terrible force shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 people fighting on the fighting ring. How can he be so strong? The Cold Blood Hall disciples were shocked. Previously, they thought that Blood Luozi could easily suppress Lu Ming. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming could actually fight with Blood Luozi to this extent. Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, and the other second-grade Heavens favorites all had serious expressions. Lu Ming was already qualified to be ranked as a second-grade Heavens favorite since he could fight Blood Luozi to this extent. Moreover, they could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level Spirit Embryo Realm, while Blood Luozi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th-level Spirit Embryo Realm. It was shocking that Shui Luozi didn't have the upper hand when his cultivation was stronger. The more he fought, the more shocked Shui Luozi became. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. The Bloodthirsty World. Shui Luozi cast the Bloodthirsty technique. A circle of light curtains spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood was almost boiling. Blood Luozi was much more powerful than Huang Kuei when he used the same move. Comparing devouring power is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. Devour! Lu Ming's left palm exploded with a terrifying devouring power, which enveloped Blood Luozi's entire body. At this moment, Shui Luozi's eyes widened in disbelief. The bloodthirsty intent. No, this power is even more terrifying than the bloodthirsty intent. It's 10 times more terrifying. My essence blood, fresh blood, Zhan Yuan, and even my intent realm are shaking. What kind of secret technique is this? Shui Luozi's mind was racing. Shui Luozi was stunned. Lu Ming would not let go of this opportunity. He arrived in an instant and slashed at Shui Luozi with his palm like a heavenly blade. Not good. Shui Luozi hurriedly slashed his saber, clashing with Lu Ming's. The saber light that was shattered by Lu Ming's palm hit Shui Luozi with a terrifying force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated quickly. Bloodline fusion. While he was retreating, he performed bloodline fusion to unleash his strongest combat power. 4 dragon energies! He exclaimed. Seeing this, Lu Ming also released 4 bursts of dragon power. His skin glowed with purple light, and his power increased greatly. He charged at Shui Luozi. Chapter 1026 Defeating Blood Luo. Squeak! Shui Luozi transformed into a blood-winged sky bat and shrieked. A terrifying invisible sound wave spread toward Lu Ming. Enveloped by the sound waves, Lu Ming felt his eardrums ringing and his heart beating faster. This was the blood-winged sky bat's innate secret skill. It was extremely terrifying. Those with low cultivation would have their hearts shattered by this sound wave. Circulating the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's vital energy was like a dragon, guarding his body and blocking the external sound waves. He soared into the sky and charged towards the blood-winged sky bat. The blood-winged sky bat screeched and pounced at Lu Ming, starting a new battle. Energy shot out in all directions, but the two were still tied, and it was difficult to determine the winner. A second-rate chosen. Lu Shaoqing is a second-rate chosen. Ling Yunkong mumbled to himself in the sky above the outer courtyard. His face was pale and he was filled with lingering fear. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was a second-grade Heaven's favorite. His combat strength was terrifyingly powerful. The thought of going against Lu Ming in the past made Ling Yunkong's back wet with cold sweat. He was filled with lingering fear. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been wary of the Xiao family and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Back then, he was forced by Lu Ming to take a blood oath to never deal with the Xiao family again. He still harbored a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. But now, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, extinguishing all his thoughts. Seek revenge on Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power, he could kill him with one finger. He secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to apologize to Lu Ming in the future and admit his mistakes. At the same time, he would comfort the Xiao family 10 times more and build a good relationship with them. Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, and the others who had dealt with Lu Ming before also smiled bitterly to themselves. They knew that Lu Ming had been merciful earlier. The other talents of Cold Blood Hall were all pale and silent. The inner court was in a similar state. The third-grade geniuses were also silent. However, they knew that another second-grade genius had appeared. Brother Lu. Chu Kuang bitterly smiled and shook his head. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming might be stronger than him. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so much stronger than him. Like I said, this guy might bring me a surprise. In the pavilion, Goddess Tan Xiang smiled. It's indeed a surprise. I didn't expect that such a person would appear after the Battle of Providence. The pure spirit nodded. Jun Yu, Yin Bupo, and the others looked even more solemn. They knew that from now on, they would have one more powerful opponent on their way forward. In the sky, Lu Ming and Blood Luozi had already exchanged hundreds of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Blood Luozi was indeed very strong. He was definitely on the same level as a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming was different from the Battle of Providence, where he had comprehended one more intent realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. Now, Lu Ming could tie with Blood Luozi without using Blood Meridian Fusion. If he used Blood Meridian Fusion, he would have no problem overpowering Blood Luozi. However, even without using the Blood Fusion, Lu Ming could still suppress the Blood Luozi because he had the Nanyuan Stone. It's time to end this. Defeat. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The vital essence in his body circulated wildly as he unleashed the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. Boom! With a palm strike, the true essence in his body was completely absorbed. Use the divine-level martial technique with all your might. Shui Luozi roared and gritted his teeth. He flapped his wings like two heavenly blades. Without a doubt, Shui Luozi had also comprehended a low-grade divine-level bloodline martial art technique from his bloodline. However, like Lu Ming, he could not fully perform it because he did not have enough vital essence. Seeing that Lu Ming had used his full strength, he could only use his full strength to resist. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering boom. The space twisted rapidly. In the end, a pitch-black hole appeared, revealing a pitch-black space. The two of them exploded with all their strength and attacked each other. They actually pierced through the space. Being able to pierce through space was something that could only be done by someone in the spiritual god realm. This meant that the two of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. The power that collided with each other had already reached the spiritual god realm. This was an extremely shocking matter. There was a huge explosion, and the two figures retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming retreated a few dozen meters before he stopped and stood in the void. The true essence in his body wasn't exhausted, but was in a state of absolute fullness. Just now, he had absorbed the true essence from the energy-storing stone. Shui Luozi couldn't maintain his blood-winged sky bat form. He turned into his human form and retreated 100 meters before he managed to stop in the air, gasping for breath. Don't tell me it'll end in a draw? The pristine void spirit muttered. They could see that they had both used their full strength in the last attack. It was obvious that their true essence had been used up. The two of them were probably too weak to fight. Lu Xiaoqing, I admit that you have some skills. Today is a draw. If we fight again another day, I will defeat you. Blood Luozi said. A draw? Who said it was a draw? Lu Ming sneered. You don't want a draw? Our true qi is already exhausted. There's no point in continuing this fight. Blood Luozi said. Who said my true essence is exhausted? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. The vital essence in his body circulated rapidly and a powerful aura exploded. Bang! Bang! At that moment, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Kong Xian, and the rest could no longer remain calm. They stood up from their chairs and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually still had essential core. He actually still had the strength to fight. How was that possible? Impossible. Xue Luozi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had used all his strength and performed a divine-level martial arts technique. It was impossible for him to have any more strength to fight. What was going on? Storage elemental stones. You have storage elemental stones. Xue Luozi's pupils shrank and he shouted. Only by receiving elemental stones could one instantly replenish their true elemental energy. Otherwise, even the best pills would require some time to recover one's Zhen Yuan. The others came to a realization as well. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Lu Ming did not deny it. He stepped forward and approached Xue Luozi. He sneered, "Our battle is not over yet." Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luozi like a stream of light. Damn it! Xue Luozi roared and used his remaining strength to retreat. However, he had exhausted all his vital essence. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? The terrifying palm force landed on Blood Luozi's body. Blood Luozi screamed in pain as countless bones in his body were broken. His body fell to the ground of the alchemy division. Boom! Blood Luozi smashed a big hole in the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. I'll kill you! Lu Ming rushed in that direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. The crowd was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to kill the blood-covered prince. How audacious! If he really killed the blood-covered prince, the senior management of the Cold Blood Hall would go crazy. Stop! With a furious roar, a blood-red light slashed down from the sky and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated quickly and dodged the bloodlight. Then, an elder in a blood-red robe stepped on the air and descended. The 5 young tycoons. The blood-robed elder's aura was extremely shocking. He was actually a spiritual god realm master. There were actually spiritual god realm experts from Cold Blood Hall nearby. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had guards around them and experts following them in secret. For example, Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, and the others might have experts following them secretly. This kind of person was called a guardian. To protect the growth of these geniuses. It was because a heaven's favorite like Blood Luo Master was too rare. It was impossible for such a heaven's favorite to appear in every generation. There would only be one in many generations. If he died in battle, it would be a great loss. Young man, don't push your luck. Stop what you're doing. The blood-robed elder cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, sending chills down his spine. This blood-robed elder was definitely terrifying. He was not someone an ordinary spiritual god realm master could compare to. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. The blood-robed elder reached out his hand and grabbed the unconscious Xue Luozi. His body flashed and he turned into a bloodlight and left. His only mission was to ensure the safety of the Blood Luo seed. He would not attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so powerful. Who knew what kind of forces were behind him? Whether there were experts following him or not, he did not want to get into trouble. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These geniuses of the major forces were indeed not that simple. They had such powerful people following them. The elder in the blood-red robe gave him immense pressure. If he attacked, Lu Ming had no confidence that he could escape. Lu Ming returned to the inner courtyard after Xue Luozi was taken away. Brother Lu, you're truly an unparalleled prodigy. I'm impressed. As soon as Lu Ming returned, Fairy Tan Xiang raised her glass to him with a sweet smile. You're too kind, Fairy Tan Xiang. I only took advantage of the Nanyuan stones. Lu Ming said. Since the others had already guessed it, he had nothing to hide. Junyue, Yin Bupo, and the others looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. He also had the Nanyuan stones. If they were to fight him, they would not be his match. However, they were not too worried. As long as they broke through to the spiritual god realm, their essential core would be incomparably rich and they would be able to use divine-level martial arts techniques at will. By then, they would not be afraid even if Lu Ming had the Nanyuan stones. Brother Lu's strength is admirable. Come, let me toast to Brother Lu. Kong Xian, who was dressed in white, raised her wine cup and smiled. "Brother Kong, please." Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Then, Jing Kongling, Junhua, and Yin Bupo toasted Lu Ming one by one. Strength was everything. It was only when they saw Lu Ming's strength that they truly regarded him as someone on the same level as them. Previously, although Fairy Tan Xiang had invited Lu Ming to sit with them, they had looked down on him and did not take him seriously. They were all Heaven's Pride experts that were rarely seen in the world. They were all prideful in their hearts. If one was not on the same level as them, they would not put you in their eyes at all. Even if they were friendly on the surface, they still looked down on you in their bones. But now, Lu Ming had won their attention. Strength spoke for itself. It's really a great era now, and there are as many Heaven's favorites as there are clouds. I thought that after the Battle of Providence, all the Heaven's favorites would have appeared. I didn't expect that even after the Battle of Providence, someone like Brother Lu would appear. It seems that I've been too complacent. I should keep working hard, or I won't be surpassed by you all. Kong Xian was a forthright person. She drank a cup of wine and sighed. "You're right, Brother Kong. In the current era, one has to make progress or fall behind." During the Battle of Providence, Long Chen entered the spiritual god realm. He was unparalleled in the world, but I heard that Xian Yanjuan has also entered the spiritual god realm not long ago. Demon Mountain Junhua also sighed. "What? Xian Yanjuan has also entered the spiritual god realm?" Fairy Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and the others were all shocked. "This matter is absolutely true. I've also heard the elders mention it. Not only that, Yang Patian has also broken through to the spiritual god realm." Kong Xian said with a serious look. Jing Kongling and the others gasped in shock. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The people Kong Xian and the others were talking about were from the 5 giants of Central Continent. Among them, Long Chen was known as the #1 and the only person in the world. He was extremely powerful and had already broken through to the spiritual god realm during the Battle of Providence. Without a doubt, he was the #1 person among the younger generation in the Central Continent. Xian Yanjuan and Yang Patian were also 2 of the 5 giants of the Central Continent. Now they had all broken through to the spiritual god realm. These big shots were not even 30 years old, but they had already reached this step. It was truly terrifying. Especially Xian Yanjuan. Back in the East Continent, when Lu Ming was still very weak, he had met Xian Yanjuan once. She was Xian Yanqing's sister. Lu Ming was shocked when he first heard Xian Yanjuan's name. Now, he was even more shocked. He didn't expect Xian Yanjuan to have already broken through to the spirit god realm. Xian Yanjuan was the #1 genius of the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. Not only was she one of the 5 giants of Central Continent, but she was also one of the 5 beauties. Such a person was truly rare. Lu Ming had always suspected that Xian Yanjuan had hidden his cultivation level when he first met him. Xian Yanjuan, Yang Patian has broken through to the spirit god realm. I wonder how the other 2 are doing? Kung Xiang sighed. The other 2 she was referring to were the other 2 of the 5 magnates, who were unparalleled heroes of the monster race. I don't know. I didn't receive any news, but I guess the other 2 are definitely not weak. Kong Xian said. Everyone's faces were solemn. The 5 young tycoons had entered the spiritual god realm one after another. They understood that the younger generation of the Central Continent was about to step into the era of spiritual god hegemony. The figures of the younger generation had begun to catch up and even surpass the older generation, reaching the peak of the continent. They were under immense pressure. In the eyes of the other geniuses and Heaven's Pride experts, they were all high and mighty, targets that they had to chase up to. However, from their perspective, they were looking at Heaven's Pride experts of the same level or even higher, such as the top 5 young warriors. Only by competing with stronger people would one feel the pressure and motivation. Only then would one be able to constantly surpass oneself and achieve breakthroughs. As the group drank, they chatted. Sometimes they talked about martial arts, other times they talked about some secrets. Lu Ming learned a lot of things that he had not heard of from them. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone got up and left. Thank you, Goddess Tan Xiang, for taking out so much wine. I'll take my leave now and return to the Tianxia Academy to focus on my closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, I'll really fall behind. Kong Xian cupped his fists at Fairy Tan Xiang. Brother Kong is too polite. Fairy Tan Xiang smiled. Brother Lu, we hit it off at first sight today. If there's a chance in the future, you can come to Tianxia Academy to find me. Kong Xian then looked at Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded and stepped into the air to leave. After that, Yin Bupo and Jing Kongling also left. Fairy Tan Xiang, I'll also take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. How about you stay for a drink with me? Fairy Tan Xiang said in a sweet voice. However, Fairy Tan Xiang did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Lu Ming did not want to talk about it, it would not be good to probe further. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell to Fairy Tan Xiang. Brother Lu, if you have time, you can come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to find me. Fairy Tan Xiang said. Definitely. Lu Ming bid farewell with cupped fists and left the Alchemy Division. After leaving the Alchemy Division, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. Although Goddess Sandalwood looked weak, she gave off a lot of pressure. Lu Ming could sense that her martial arts cultivation was very low, but her mental energy fire was extremely terrifying, surging like the ocean. The pressure that Goddess Tan Xiang gave off was even stronger than that of Master Shui Luo and Yin Bupo. I'm afraid that Fairy Tan Xiang has lit 10 mental lamps at perfection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a strong pressure. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Although he had defeated Blood Luo Zi, he did not dare to underestimate the other talents. Those who could become second-grade geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. None of them could be underestimated. Moreover, even if they were all second-grade heaven's favorites, there were still some who were stronger and some who were weaker. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. He returned to the inn and saw Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. Brother Lu, we plan to go back to the floating mountain to cultivate in seclusion for a while. What about you? Where do you plan to go? Chu Kuang asked. I plan to travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming said. Take care, Brother Lu. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Lu Ming bade their farewells and left. Not long after Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin left, Lu Ming left the city of Dan and headed west. After leaving the city of Pills, Lu Ming rose into the air and left in an instant. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming frowned and stopped. Ever since he left the Pill City, he felt that someone was following him. Who is it? Come out. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the back. Hee, you have sharp senses. With a sneer, two figures stepped through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Cold Blood Hall, Spiritual God Expert. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his eyes looked grave. They were two middle-aged burly men. One was bald and the other had a big beard. They were dressed in blood-red robes. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not see through their auras at all. They were definitely not Spirit Embryo Realm martial artists but Spiritual God Realm. Cold Blood Hall actually had two Spiritual God Realm experts following him. You want to take revenge for Blood Luo Zi? Lu Ming asked. The vital essence in his body began to circulate. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Spiritual God Realm powerhouses. Moreover, there were two of them. It's one thing to avenge young Master Shui Luo. Also, young Master Shui Luo said that you've mastered a secret technique that has a powerful devouring power. Hand over the secret technique, and perhaps you'll die a quick death. The bald man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It turned out that Blood Luo Zi had taken a fancy to his devouring technique. It was true. The bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall was similar to the devouring technique of the 9 dragons, but the effect was very different. Naturally, Master Shui Luo was tempted. It's not that easy to kill me. There was a flash of madness in Lu Ming's eyes. Oh really? You're really confident. However, no matter how much of a genius you are, you're only at the Spirit Embryo Realm. Now, I'll let you see the difference between the Spirit Embryo Realm and the Spiritual God Realm. The bald man's eyes glowed with ferocity, then he said to the bearded brawny man, "I'll attack, and you'll hold the line, how about it?" "Sure." With that, the bearded man's figure flashed and he appeared behind Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's retreat. A great battle against a spirit god expert. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the bald man's body. Endless blood-red light burned and jumped around the bald man like flames, making him look like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar continued to ring out from within Lu Ming's body. There were 6 consecutive dragon roars. Facing a spiritual god, Lu Ming did not dare to hold back at all. He immediately burst out with 6 streams of dragon energy. Lu Ming's body could not withstand the power of the 6 streams of dragon energy at the same time. His body became even more burly, and purple-gold scales crawled out from under his skin and covered his entire body. His claws had also become like dragon claws. The bald youth's pupils shrank and then he sneered, "Small tricks, blood axe strike, chop." The bald man stepped forward. The blood light around him condensed into a blood-red battle axe. He waved the battle axe and slashed it at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 5 intents erupted at the same time, blasting toward the bald youth. The fist and the bloody axe collided, creating a terrifying vibration. The space was distorted, and a hideous crack appeared. After a loud noise, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He stomped on the sky, causing loud explosions. He retreated about 100 meters before he stopped. However, that was all. Lu Ming was not injured. On the other side, the bald man's body also trembled and he took a few steps back. "Impossible!" The bald man roared, his eyes full of disbelief. The bearded man was the same. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually repelled the bald man. How was this possible? Lu Ming was only at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm. How could he have such terrifying combat power? "Did you hold back your strength in the battle with young Master Xue Luo?" The bald burly man's eyes were filled with shock, which then turned into cold killing intent. 1st level of spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This bald burly man's cultivation was at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Lu Ming estimated that the bloodline that he had awakened should not be too high. He stared at the bald man and didn't answer. "Brat, don't think that you can fight me just because you can block one of my moves. Die, die." The bald man flew into a rage out of humiliation. His killing intent surged like the tide as he wielded the blood axe and slashed at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and attacked continuously, engaging in a great battle with the bald burly man. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme and blocked the attacks crazily. Although he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the bald man, he finally managed to resist. After more than a dozen moves, Lu Ming was forced to retreat thousands of meters. The bearded man was always behind Lu Ming. Boom! With another move, there was a huge explosion. Lu Ming retreated quickly and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was injured, but his eyes were still extremely bright. "Ha ha ha, so this is the combat strength of the spiritual god realm. It's nothing more than this." Lu Ming laughed and mocked him on purpose. The bald burly man's combat strength should be at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, even those of the same level would have a huge difference in combat strength. For example, those who had comprehended a god-level martial technique were much stronger than those who had not. This bald man had not comprehended a god-level martial technique and was only using a high-grade demigod-level martial technique. Also, the comprehension of intent and the level of bloodline determined the strength of one's combat power. This bald burly man was not very strong in all aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to withstand it. If it were another 1st-level spiritual god realm expert who had comprehended a divine-level martial technique, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. "Damn it, kid, you're looking for death!" The bald burly man bellowed in rage. He was actually looked down upon by Lu Ming, an ant in the spirit embryo realm. This made the bald burly man go crazy. A blood-red battle-axe floated above his head, surrounded by 3 golden chakra. A third-level divine rank bloodline was considered a very low-level bloodline among spiritual god realm martial artists. The bald man transformed into a blood-red battle-axe and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was even more terrifying. "You're the only one with a bloodline." The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and his 5 meridian cycles glowed. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art, crashing toward the blood-red battle-axe. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel was knocked away, and the blood-red axe was also knocked back. "Damn it, let's attack together and cripple him!" The bald man roared. "Kill! Blood lion!" The bearded man shouted, and a blood lion appeared above his head. It also had a third-level divine bloodline. He transformed into a blood lion and pounced at Lu Ming. He clawed at the prison-suppressing steel and sent it flying. The prison-suppressing steel kept shaking. "How despicable! 2 spiritual gods actually joined forces to fight me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world if this news spreads?" Lu Ming shouted. "As long as I kill you and you say you can no, I'll kill you." The blood-red battle-axe arrived in front of the prison-suppressing steel in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming. "Suppress!" The prison-suppressing steel glowed. This time, Lu Ming burst out all his vital essence and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. The vital essence in his body was completely extracted in an instant. Clang! The prison-suppressing steel and the bloody axe collided, and both of them were pushed back hundreds of meters. There was not a drop of essential core left in Lu Ming's body. However, the essential core from the Na Yuan stone gushed into Lu Ming's body crazily and replenished his essential core. Lu Ming's essential core was instantly full. "Kill, we must kill!" The bald burly man was extremely shocked. Xue Luozi had told him that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. However, he now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was not just slightly stronger than Xue Luozi's. It was a whole lot stronger. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block his attack and even send him flying. Roar! The blood lion roared and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had just retreated and had no time to counterattack. The blood lion's claw slammed heavily on the prison-suppressing steel, and the prison-suppressing steel collapsed instantly. However, the moment the prison-suppressing steel collapsed, a dragon's roar was heard, and a true dragon flew out. No, those were not real dragons, but 9. 9 dragons? The blood lion turned pale with fright. It had actually seen the form of the legendary 9 dragons. The moment the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was destroyed, Lu Ming burst out his 9 dragons bloodline and flew out as 9 dragons. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air, and a terrifying power blasted toward the blood lion. In its alarm, the blood lion was unable to unleash its full power, and the 9 dragons charged past it. "Let's go!" Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape the encirclement. With his current combat strength, he was not a match for a spiritual god realm master. He could not even defeat one, let alone 2. If he continued to fight, he would only die of exhaustion. "Damn it, chase!" The blood-red battle-axe transformed back into the bald man and chased after Lu Ming with a furious roar. The blood lion also transformed into human form and chased after Lu Ming. However, with the 9 dragons form and the 9 dragon sky-treading steps, his speed was amazing. Slowly, he pulled away from the bald man and the bald man. Breakthrough mutation. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Ming rushed into a forest and transformed into his human form. A long spear condensed in his hand and spun rapidly like a drill. With a pft, Lu Ming rushed into the ground. The long spear dug a hole in the ground. Lu Ming rushed in and at the same time, his essential core burst forth. The hole behind him collapsed and blocked the hole. Lu Ming kept drilling into the ground. He only stopped after he had gone down about 100 miles. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Deep underground, there was only one mountain and river diagram. The moment Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, He had been hit by the blood lion twice in a row and had suffered quite a bit of injury. The spiritual god realm is really powerful. I'm not even a match for the most ordinary spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The bald man and the bearded man were definitely at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. They were weak in all aspects, but Lu Ming was still not a match for them. Previously, he had already unleashed his strongest battle prowess and used all of his techniques. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage when facing the bald man alone. Unless he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might and unleashed his strongest attack, he would not be able to match the bald man. However, Lu Ming's most powerful attack would exhaust his essential core with just one move. If it were not for the spatial elemental stone, he would not have dared to use it. When I break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of the weakest spirit god. I can even suppress them. Lu Ming summed up his own abilities. Then, he circulated the true war dragon technique and started to heal his injuries. Just as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man and the bearded man appeared in the sky above the forest. Damn it! How did that kid's aura disappear? The bald man shouted angrily. He should be hiding. Let's force him out. The bearded man's eyes flickered with a cold light as he slammed his palm down. A 10-mile-long blood-colored palm print covered the sky and smashed toward the ground. Boom! The mountains exploded and the earth caved in. A 10-mile-wide and 10-mile-deep palm print appeared on the ground. Around the palm print were countless cracks that spread in all directions. Countless demonic beasts were turned into ashes by this palm. Then force him out. The bald man waved his hands, and countless terrifying blood-red lights slashed toward the vast land. Boom! 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 Mountains exploded, ancient trees crumbled, and the earth sank. Countless living beings were turned into ashes under the attacks of the two. This place looked like it was the end of the world. The destructive power of a spiritual god realm master's full-force attack was too shocking. Not long after, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles was split open and pierced through. All kinds of deep pits and cracks filled the area. The originally lively mountains and peaks had become deathly silent. After more than 10 minutes, the bald man and the bearded man stood in the air with ugly expressions. There was no trace of Lu Ming. He could not sense any trace of Lu Ming either. Lu Ming had escaped. The two spiritual god powerhouses were supposed to be in the bag. Now that Lu Ming had escaped, they did not know how to answer to Master Blood Luo. Damn it, the next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. The bald man gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's go back. The ancient herb garden is more important. After spending so much time, it's finally about to open. The big bearded man said. N. The bald man nodded, and the two of them left. 100 miles underground, Lu Ming was healing his injuries in the mountain and river diagram. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. The Earth Essence realm seems to have loosened. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. After the previous battle, Lu Ming realized that the Earth concept that had been stuck at a bottleneck had finally loosened up and there were signs of a breakthrough. Lu Ming placed the path understanding ancient tree at the side, closed his eyes, and focused on his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, Lu Ming was surrounded by the five-colored concept. His aura was stronger than it was 2 days ago. I've finally broken through to the great circle of level 3 Earth concept. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Now, his water concept was at the 4th level, while his wind, fire, thunder and earth concepts were at the 3rd level, which was the great circle. Now that Lu Ming had unleashed all 5 of his concepts, the power was much stronger than it was a few days ago. This was because the Earth Essence realm was only at the peak of level 3 upper tier. If I were to face Blood Luo Z now, even if I don't use the prison-suppressing heavenly technique or my bloodline, I can still suppress him. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It's been 3 days. Those 2 guys should have left by now. Let's go out and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to condense the long spear. He dug through the ground and headed toward the surface. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the ground silently. He was speechless as he looked at the desolate surroundings. He knew very well that the bald man and the burly man must have wreaked havoc in the surroundings in order to find him. Looks like they've left. Humph, Master Shui Luo, I'll have to settle this score with you sooner or later. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he was about to head west. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he looked in the south direction. In an unknown distance, a green pillar of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Spiritual herbs. I can sense the aura of countless spiritual herbs. Charge. Lu Ming, charge. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting and wrangling, her small eyes shining. All right, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed in the direction of the light pillar. At this moment, the light pillar could be seen within a radius of 100,000 miles. The light pillar is soaring into the sky. There must be a treasure coming into being. Let's go and take a look. Let's go, this is my great opportunity. From all directions, everyone who saw the light pillar rushed towards it. Haha, this opportunity is mine. A red-haired elder with a soaring aura rushed toward the light pillar. He was a spiritual god realm existence. The treasure's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Lu Ming soon approached the area where the light pillar was. It was a vast and endless mountain and forest. It's actually here. Lu Ming stopped in the air, feeling a little surprised. Lu Ming was very familiar with the forest in front of him. He had passed through this forest when he, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin were on their way to the heavenly pillar. They also encountered a spiritual god realm expert from Cold Blood Hall, who massacred an entire town to heal himself. Lu Ming and the other two even had a fierce battle with the spiritual god realm expert. Lu Ming was originally heading west. Previously, he had a huge battle with the bald man and the burly man. When he escaped, he chose a random direction. He did not expect to be near this place. Could it be that the injured spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall was related to this light pillar? What ruins did Cold Blood Hall find here? Lu Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. The ancient herb garden. The injured spiritual god stage powerhouse was in this forest. Now, the light pillar was also in this forest. Lu Ming had no choice but to link the two together. It seems that even if there are treasures here, it won't be easy to get them. There must be spiritual god realm powerhouses here. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he did not retreat just like that. Instead, he concealed his aura and flew down the mountain forest, sprinting in the direction of the light pillar. Buzz! Whoosh! When he was about to reach the light pillar, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air from other directions. Lu Ming discovered 3 burly men and 2 elders. They were moving forward at high speed and rushed into a circle of light. They were the martial artists nearby who had been attracted here. What a big formation. As he neared the light pillar, Lu Ming could sense that there was a huge formation in front of him. On one side of the formation, there was a gap that formed a circle of light. The green light pillar had burst out from this gap. From the gap, there was an extremely dense spiritual qi. It was obvious that a hole had been opened in this great array. Lu Ming, there's a herb garden inside. I can smell spiritual herbs. Dandan twitched her nose and kept sniffing. A medicinal garden? Could it be Medicine King's Valley's medicine garden? Lu Ming was shocked. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was not far from here. When Lu Ming heard about the herb garden, the first thing he thought of was the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I don't think so. This array is very terrifying, but it was set up a long time ago. I'm afraid it's been more than 1,000,000 years. Dandan said. 1,000,000 years or more. Lu Ming was shocked. 1,000,000 years ago, wasn't that ancient times? This was an ancient medicine garden. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed into the circle of light, disappearing. The ancient herb garden was sealed by a large array. After so many years, there might be extremely precious spirit herbs. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. Within the light circle, there were also mountains and forests. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was dozens of times denser than the outside. There was another kind of energy in the spiritual qi, the origin qi. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that the flowers, grass, and trees here were more lively and were growing more luxuriantly. Lu Ming, let's go. I can smell the spiritual herbs. Dandan shouted, spread her short legs, and ran forward. Lu Ming followed Dandan and walked forward. At the same time, he observed his surroundings carefully. We're late. Some of the spirit herbs have been dug away. Along the way, Dandan found a few pits inside. Judging from the aura of the remaining spirit herbs, they were probably all level 8 spirit herbs. Level 8 spiritual herbs were dozens of times more precious than level 7 spiritual herbs. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who came in before, and the spirit herbs were all dug up. Dandan didn't go straight forward, but continued to fly to the left. After 10,000 miles, they finally found spiritual herbs. 2 of them were level 8 spiritual herbs. They dug them out and stuffed them into their mouths with joy. They found quite a few spiritual herbs along the way. They were at least level 7, and many of them were level 8. Lu Ming did not snatch it from Dandan and gave it all to her. Now that his physical body had achieved complete grade 8, ordinary grade 8 spiritual medicine would not be of much use if he wanted to break through to grade 9. He could only do so if he obtained a grade 9 spiritual medicine. It was not easy to cultivate the 9th grade body, because the 9th grade body was the highest realm of the body and the foundation to break through to the martial emperor realm. Only by cultivating the body to the completion of the 9th grade body could one break through to the martial emperor realm. However, it was very difficult for the body to break through to rank 9. It was even more difficult to complete the breakthrough. In fact, many second and even third-class geniuses in the central continent had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak of the 8th stage. After all, he was a prodigy from an overlord force. His physical body cultivation technique was definitely top-notch. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's 10,000 spiritual combat body. It might even be better. He also had plenty of resources. Naturally, his physical body was strong. Lu Ming needed level 9 spiritual herbs. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Someone was fighting. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and walked forward. There were 2 old men in front of him, attacking the other 2. The other 2 people were a middle-aged man and a young woman. At this moment, the burly man and the woman were completely at a disadvantage. The 2 old men were both in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, and the burly man was also in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. They were locked in a battle with one of the old men. On the other hand, the young woman was only at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. Although she was also a heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength, she was no match for the elder at the perfected spirit embryo realm with her 6th level spirit embryo realm cultivation. She could be killed at any time. Miss! The burly man roared and wanted to help, but he was held back by the other party and couldn't get away. He die! An old man sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming had already quietly approached. He immediately relaxed when he saw that the strongest was only at the perfected spirit embryo realm. That's Xiaofan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recognized the woman. Back in the Pill City, Xiaofan was the one who gave Lu Ming a piece of purple jade that contained the storage elemental stone. Lu Ming was still very grateful to Xiaofan. Now that Xiaofan was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't leave her in the lurch. Buzz! His body flashed and he charged towards the old man who had attacked Xiaofan. Upon hearing the commotion, the few of them turned to look at Lu Ming. It's you! Xiaofan's gaze flickered and she recognized Lu Ming. A 9th level spirit embryo realm brat is courting death. The old man grinned and revealed a ferocious expression. His claws were like blades as he clawed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of spear light pierced through the elder's defense. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood as it pierced towards the elder's glabella. No, spare my life. The old man was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite, but it was already too late. The old man was pierced by the spear radiance and died. The other old man who was fighting with the middle-aged man saw this and was scared out of his wits. He immediately ran away, but a spear light flashed and nailed the old man to the ground. This! Zhou Xian was stunned. From the moment Lu Ming appeared, the two great circle spirit embryo experts were instantly killed by him. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. Miss Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered and she was a little surprised. Zhou Xian guessed that Lu Ming was a third-grade heaven's favorite since he was able to kill two perfected spirit embryo realm experts so easily. Miss! The burly man came to Zhou Xian's side and called out in concern. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. Zhou Xian introduced. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving me. The middle-aged man cupped his fists, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Young Master Lu, are you here to look for spirit herbs too? Zhou Xian asked. That's right. I was attracted by the light pillar, so I came to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 1032 Sky Vermilion Fruit. Young Master Lu, please be careful. This time, we have attracted many strong cultivators. I plan to take a walk around the periphery. I will not go deeper. There are too many strong cultivators inside. Zhou Xian replied. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Lu Ming asked. In his heart, he was grateful to Zhou Xian. She had given him the Nanyuan stones back then. If Zhou Xian needed help, he would not reject her. There's no need. Uncle Lu and I are weak. If we go with young Master Lu, we might drag you down. It's better for young Master Lu to act alone. Zhou Xian replied. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Lu Ming didn't force her and bade them farewell. However, before he left, his devouring power erupted and completely devoured the blood essence and true vitality of the two elders with great perfection spirit embryos. Lu Ming didn't want to let go of the blood essence and energy of two great perfection spirit embryo experts. After devouring them, he continued to move forward. Zhou Xian and the middle-aged man were shocked when they saw the two old men turned into two dried corpses. Lu Ming, that young lady seems to have something on. She doesn't want others to go with her. She's sending you away on purpose. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same feeling. He felt that Zhou Xian had something on and did not want to be with him. However, this was someone else's private matter, so he couldn't be bothered to care about it. As he walked, he searched for spirit herbs. Not long after, the two elders' energy was completely refined by Lu Ming. Naturally, the level of his blood meridian did not increase. As for Lu Ming's cultivation, the increase was minimal. With my current cultivation, it's almost useless to devour a great circle spirit embryo martial artist. My progress is too slow. Only by devouring a spirit god expert can I quickly improve. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The area here was very large. Very soon, Lu Ming had traveled about 10,000 miles. Buzz! In front of him, a figure flashed by at a terrifying speed. It's him! There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could clearly see that the figure was a bald burly man. He was the spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall who had chased after him. As expected, the Cold Blood Hall experts were here. The bald man did not notice Lu Ming. He kept flying forward and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After that, Lu Ming became more careful and slowed down. He kept running through the forest below. Along the way, the harvest was not bad. They collected a lot of spiritual herbs, many of which were level 8 spiritual herbs. Dandan could not stop smiling. This herb garden was an ancient herb garden. It had been there for a long time and the spiritual chi was rich. It was normal for the level of the spirit herbs to be higher. Unfortunately, no level 9 spirit herbs had been found. Level 9 spirit herbs were much rarer than level 8 spirit herbs. Suddenly, there was a continuous flash of light in front of him, and a faint sound came. There's another battle over there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he quickly headed in that direction. After a few hundred miles, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was a lake in front of them, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. A towering tree stood on the small island. This tree was rooted on the island, but its crown was extremely huge, and its area was even larger than the island. There were fruits on the tree. The fruits were the size of a faceplate and were fiery red in color. They were filled with surging energy. That's the sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming recognized the fruit. He was shocked and then overjoyed. The sky vermilion fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. This kind of fruit contained extremely powerful and pure energy. When a warrior consumed it, it could help him break through to the next realm. As long as one had reached the realm of the essence realm of heaven and earth, eating this fruit could help one quickly increase their true essence and break through to the next realm. This fruit was too precious. The spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm after that were not as simple as comprehending intent. Some people had reached the intent realm, but their cultivation was not that easy to improve. For example, many second-grade heavens favorites, such as Shui Luo Zi and Jun Yu, had reached the 4th level of intent realm. However, their cultivation was still stuck in the spirit embryo realm. This showed how difficult it was to comprehend intent realm and improve their cultivation. Even if Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline, unless he could devour spiritual god powerhouses or devour and refine a large number of raw gemstones, it would be troublesome for him to level up. However, once he had the sky vermilion fruit, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. I must get this sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. As long as he could obtain a few sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation would break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm. This was because his heaven and earth essence realm had already met the requirements. However, he was not in a hurry now. That was because the sky vermilion fruit tree was protected by a large array. A layer of light enveloped the sky vermilion fruit tree within it. There were 7 martialists who were constantly bombarding the light screen in an attempt to break the formation. The light screen formed by the formation was shaking non-stop, as if it had been there for a long time. It's almost broken. Some people's eyes were shining with a fiery light, and at the same time, they were looking at the others vigilantly. Previously, they had joined forces to break the formation because they wanted to break it. Now that the formation was about to be broken, they began to have their own ulterior motives. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed. One of the green-robed elders attacked an old woman beside him. I knew you would make a move. The old woman let out a roar and waved her hands, sending out palm prints to fight the old man. Buzz! An iron rod swept out towards the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man was caught off guard and his head was hit. He was killed before he could even scream. You're looking for death, kill. You're the one who's going to die. The formation had yet to be broken, and the remaining 6 people were in complete chaos, fighting each other. These people were all experts, at least at the 6th level of spirit embryo realm. They were rogue cultivators from the nearby area, who had been attracted by the light pillar. In just a few breaths of time, 2 screams rang out, and 2 of the weaker cultivators were killed. The battle between the remaining 4 was even more intense. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This woman who came from the sky stepped on the clouds with her jade-like feet. Her entire body was shrouded in clouds and mist, like an ethereal fairy. Who else could she be if not Jing Kongling? Pure spatial spirit. The 4 of them were in the middle of a battle, but when they saw Jing Kongling, they were all shocked and stopped fighting. The sky vermilion fruit is mine, you guys can leave. The pure and ethereal voice was very calm and ethereal, without any emotion. Jing Kongling, you're too overbearing. We found the sky vermilion fruit tree first. We're about to break through the formation too. Now that you've appeared, you want to take it all for yourself? You're too greedy. An old woman called out. You can stay here forever. The pure spatial spirit spoke calmly, but the aura on her body was extremely strong. A few streams of water appeared around her, turning into a few water dragons that danced around her. The 4 of them looked very upset. They were unwilling to accept this, but they knew that with their cultivation, they would definitely die if they were to fight against Jing Kongling. This was the top heaven's favorite of the central continent, and his combat strength was too strong. Hee, these few pieces of trash indeed need to get lost first. An ear-piercing sneer suddenly rang out. In the distance, a rainbow light flew over at extreme speed. The next moment, a red-haired old man appeared in the sky. The weakest spiritual god. A red-haired old man appeared. His aura was violent and his eyes were burning as he stared at the sky vermilion fruits. Red shame venerable. The old woman exclaimed. The other people's faces also changed drastically. Even Jing Kongling's expression changed slightly and became serious. Only a spirit god expert could be called a venerable. This red-haired old man was a spiritual god realm existence. Now, these scarlet fruits are mine. Get lost. Venerable Qi Kuei's eyes swept the surroundings, filled with killing intent. The old woman and the other three's expressions changed, their eyes filled with respect. Venerable Qi Kuei was very famous in the nearby area. He didn't come from any major power, but was a rogue cultivator. It was not easy for a rogue cultivator to reach the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Venerable Qi Kuei was famous for his ruthlessness. Let's go! Even though the old woman was unwilling, the sky vermilion fruit was not worth mentioning compared to her life. She gritted her teeth and left. The other three also left the place. Only Qi Kuei Knight and Jing Kongling were left above the lake. Jing Kongling, you're not leaving? Venerable Qi Kuei looked at Jing Kongling. You can't scare me, the pure spatial spirit, with your title as a venerable. Jing Kongling said. You want to fight me? Venerable Qi Kuei's eyes flashed. We can try. Qing Junling said. Haha, youngsters these days are getting bolder and bolder. With your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, you think you're my match? Venerable Qi Kuei sneered. Venerable Qi Kuei had lived for thousands of years and had broken through to the spiritual god realm for thousands of years. In the past, there was no young man who dared to be impudent in front of him. After all, the gap between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm was extremely huge. But now, a young man at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm wanted to fight him. There's always been a rumor in the world that this era is the golden age, and there are as many geniuses as clouds. Each and every one of them is incomparably powerful. I don't believe that a mere 9th level spirit embryo realm can be that powerful. Qi Kuei Zunjia sneered as red flames burst out of his body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling waved her hands, and more water-true dragons appeared around her, pouncing toward Venerable Qi Kuei. Boom! 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 The fire and the water dragon collided, making a sizzling sound and stirring up water vapor. The scene was suddenly filled with fog. The pure space spiritual jade stepped in the air. Wherever she stepped, vines appeared and wrapped around Venerable Qi Kuei like soft whips. Fire Demon Palm. Venerable Qi Kuei clapped his hands several times, and flames burst forth. The mist that filled the air was directly burned away, and the vines were also enveloped by the flames and burned to ashes. However, more vines appeared in the air. At the same time, the lake water below churned and turned into water swords, slashing toward Venerable Qi Kuei. Boom! 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 After exchanging a few moves with Venerable Qi Kuei, the pure spatial spirit was not at a disadvantage. Wood mentality, water mentality, shattering mentality, and pure spatial spirit. I can't believe he has cultivated 3 mentalities. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The pure spatial spirit was extremely powerful. It was definitely not weaker than Blood Luo Zi, and might even be stronger. Break! Fire Demon God Fist. Venerable Qi Kuei's fists continued to blast out, and the flaming fist force swept in all directions, displaying the terrifying strength of the spiritual god realm to the fullest. Wherever the fist force passed by, the vines exploded and the water swords were annihilated. At this point, the pure spatial spirit was finally at a disadvantage. A spiritual god realm expert was too terrifying. Void-breaking divine palm. Dang! Jing Kongling shouted as she kept striking out with her palms. The palm power that contained 3 wills turned into a blue palm print and shot toward Venerable Qi Kuei. The sky continued to shake, but the pure spatial spirit was still at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the flaming fist force. But at this moment, honored Sir Chi Kue was extremely shocked. These prodigies are indeed terrifying. I've only heard of them in the past, but I didn't expect them to be even more terrifying than I've heard. They're only at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they can actually contend with me. Venerable Chi Kue was secretly shocked, and at the same time, cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since he had offended such a terrifying heaven's favorite, he had to kill him completely. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Come out! Venerable Chi Kue roared as the bloodline appeared above his head. He was going to activate his bloodline power and kill Jing Kongling. His bloodline was a large dog with flames all over its body. This was a hellhound. However, there were only 2 golden chakras. Venerable Chi Kue's bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level. His combat strength was slightly weaker than that of the bald man and the bearded man who had chased after Lu Ming. Within the spiritual god realm, he was one of the weakest. After all, it was not easy for a 2nd-ranked divine bloodline to break through to the spiritual god realm. Venerable Chi Kue had also broken through to the spiritual god realm by chance. His combat strength was at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. Therefore, for so many years, he didn't dare to provoke the other spiritual gods. He didn't expect that even a young man would be so powerful that he could fight with him. The pure spatial spirit frowned and a round bead appeared above his head. Water vapor swirled around the bead and 8 golden chakras shone around it. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air. Lu Ming walked out and immediately attracted the attention of the 2 people. Lu Xiaoqing. At the sight of Lu Ming, the pristine spirit's eyes lit up. As for Venerable Chi Kue, he frowned. Seeing the 2 of them fighting and still daring to step out, it couldn't be simple. He was now very afraid of these young geniuses. Miss Kongling, how about we join forces? When the time comes, we'll split the sky vermilion fruit equally. Lu Ming said. All right. The ethereal spirit agreed without any hesitation. She was not a match for Scarlet Venerable alone and would probably have to retreat in the end. With Lu Ming's help, she might be able to fight Scarlet Venerable. Lu Ming had the same thought. He might be able to fight against Venerable Chi Kue alone, but it was almost impossible for him to win. That was why he stepped out and joined forces with the pure spatial spirit. If you want to join forces to deal with me, I'll kill you first. Venerable Chi Kue roared as he turned into a hellhound and pounced towards Jing Kongling. The pure spatial spirit also used bloodline fusion and turned into a pearl. The pearl grew in size rapidly, and with the sound of waves, it shot towards Chi Kue Knight. At the same time, Lu Ming burst forth with 4 streams of dragon energy. His body was like a stream of light as he pounced towards the hellhound. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 3 parties collided. Then, the hellhound was seen staggering backward. Impossible! Venerable Chi Kue roared. He was actually forced to retreat by 2 juniors, Lu Ming and Jing Kongling. How was this possible? He roared and pounced at Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit again. The bead shook and the waves roared. The bead seemed to contain the water of an ocean, which was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Lu Ming's palm contained the power of the prison-suppressing steel and the 5-colored will. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, but the final result was that the hellhound was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. This result made the hellhound extremely shocked. Lu Ming looked ahead and frowned slightly. Miss Kongling, someone else is here. Let's leave this place first. All right. Jing Kongling nodded and the 2 of them flew back. Not long after Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit left, a terrifying sonic boom was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the man at a glance. He was the bald man from Cold Blood Hall. The bald man muttered, "There was clearly a huge battle just now. They must have been fighting for treasures. But now they're gone. They're running quite fast. Suddenly, the bald man's brows twitched and he muttered, "It's the aura of that Lu brat. Humph. Let's see where you can run to this time." With that, the bald man followed the aura and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. The two of them flew for 10,000 miles and came to a valley. "Dandan, how many sky vermilion fruits did you get? Take them out." Lu Ming looked at Dandan. "There are 15 in total. We'll split them evenly." Dandan said. "You want to split it equally?" Lu Ming widened his eyes. "Of course. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten a single one." Dandan stuck her claws in the air, looking very proud. "Brother Lu, it's fine. I have 5. Qing Junling said. "All right. Hand over the sky vermilion fruit." Lu Ming nodded. Dandan opened her mouth and 10 sky vermilion fruits flew out. Lu Ming took 5 and the pristine void spirit took 5. "Brother Lu, thank you for your help this time. I'm going to find a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit now. I'll take my leave now." The pristine void spirit cupped his fists and bade Lu Ming farewell. "I'm also looking for a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Goodbye." Lu Ming also cupped his fists and did not say much. The two of them stepped into the air and left in different directions. Lu Ming flew for another 10,000 miles and made a small hole in a big mountain. He flew in until he reached the belly of the mountain and entered the mountain and river diagram. Not long after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man arrived. His aura has disappeared again. There must be some treasure hiding his aura. He must be nearby. I'll wait nearby. As soon as that Lu guy appears, I'll kill him with lightning speed. The bald man's eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, he flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on one of the mountain peaks. "Dandan, you've plucked more than 15 sky vermilion fruits, right?" Lu Ming asked indifferently. He knew Dandan all too well. She definitely wasn't telling the truth just now. "Hey Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting me? You're doubting my character, no, my turtle character, you know?" Dandan immediately glared at Lu Ming unhappily. "What's there to be suspicious about? I don't believe that you've only plucked 15 sky vermilion fruits." Lu Ming replied calmly. "You." Flustered and exasperated under Lu Ming's gaze, she said guiltily, "All right, I actually plucked 16. "I don't believe it." Lu Ming said indifferently. "You." "All right, it's actually 17. You're still looking? All right, it's 18. Haha, 20, only 20, really only 20. In the end, Dandan smiled awkwardly and spat out 10 more pills from her mouth. She pointed to the heavens and swore that she only had this much left. Lu Ming was speechless. He knew that this guy would keep it to himself. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and took 3 more pills, leaving 7 for Dandan. This made Dandan sigh. If she did not need Lu Ming to help her find more elixirs, she would have fallen out with him. 8 sky vermilion fruits should be enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out one and enveloped the sky vermilion fruit with devouring power. He began to absorb the medicinal effects of the fruit and cultivate. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare spirit fruit that contained an infinite amount of energy essence. It was different from many other spirit herbs and spirit fruits. The energy essence in the sky vermilion fruit was very pure and was very similar to a warrior's true yuan. It also had almost no impurities and could be refined very quickly, helping one to improve their cultivation and break through to the next realm. Great Circle of Spirit Embryo. Very quickly, the energy of the sky vermilion fruit entered Lu Ming's body. He circulated the true war dragon technique and the majestic energy was constantly converted into Lu Ming's essential core at an unbelievable speed. It did not require much refining. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, all the energy in the sky vermilion fruit had been refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm in one go and was still rising. This was even more majestic and robust than the energy Lu Ming had devoured from dozens of martial artists at the perfected spirit embryo realm. This sky vermilion fruit is indeed wondrous. It can actually be refined so quickly. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He surmised that even an ordinary martial artist would not need much time to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Continue. Lu Ming took out another sky vermilion fruit and began to refine it. His cultivation base rose like a rocket. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare treasure. It was too difficult to cultivate it. Its survival rate was extremely low, and the chances of it bearing fruit were also extremely low. Furthermore, a sky vermilion fruit tree would not bear many fruits. Therefore, the sky vermilion fruit was almost impossible to buy and could not be seen outside. Its effects were too good, and even if a major force nurtured it, it was simply not enough. This ancient medicine garden had been sealed for a long time, and there was only one tree left. Now it was destroyed. As he continued to refine, Lu Ming's cultivation level continued to soar. After refining 4 sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the perfected 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Next, he began to strive for the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. I'm cultivating the true war dragon technique and the super spirit sea secret technique, so my Zhen Yuan is much stronger than ordinary people. For sky vermilion fruits might not be enough for me to break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and his eyes could not help but glance at Dandan who was not far away. Dandan was lying on a cloud with her legs crossed, nibbling on a stalk of spirit medicine while looking up at the sky. She was very relaxed and satisfied. As if sensing something, Dandan turned to look at Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was looking at him greedily, he shivered and said, "Kid, what are you trying to do?" "Dandan, lend me those 7 sky vermilion fruits of yours." Lu Ming gave a friendly smile. "Lend it to you? I'm not lending it to you. If I lend it to you, can you still return it?" Dandan shouted. "You're really not going to lend it to me?" Lu Ming's face darkened and he started to turn hostile. "I won't." Dandan gritted her teeth. "All right, if we find any spiritual herbs in the future, don't even think about getting a single one. They'll all be mine." Lu Ming snorted coldly. "You!" Dandan glared angrily, her eyes rolling. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Here, I'll give you all of them. But I'll definitely get more of the other spirit herbs in the future." "Yes. Happy cooperation." Lu Ming smiled again. "How treacherous." Dandan sighed speechlessly and gave the last 7 sky vermilion fruits to Lu Ming. There were 11 sky vermilion fruits in Lu Ming's hands. "It should be enough." Roar. The 9 dragons appeared. With a long roar, they swallowed all 11 sky vermilion fruits and began to refine them to break through to the next realm. Boom, boom, boom. The vast and surging energy surged unceasingly, rapidly transforming into essential core and began to help Lu Ming break through to the next realm. In the end, something seemed to have been broken. The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out. They traveled hundreds of miles and pierced through a mountain. Great circle of spirit embryo. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He had finally reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. The next step would be to prepare to break through to the spiritual god realm. However, it was not that easy to break through to the spiritual god realm. It was not something that could be achieved by devouring a huge amount of energy. Spiritual god, it was the spiritual god being nurtured in the spirit embryo. Not only did it require the intent to break through to the 4th level, but it also required one's consciousness and soul to merge into the spiritual god. In the end, the spirit embryo shattered, and the spirit god appeared. Moreover, when the spiritual god appeared, there would be a lightning tribulation from the sky. One had to go through the terrifying lightning tribulation before they could officially step into the spiritual god realm. There was a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial king realm and condensed the intent runes. There was also a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the spiritual god realm. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying. Many people were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation at this final step. Lu Ming closed his eyes and looked into his body. He realized that the spirit embryo in his dantian was extremely solid. It was crystal clear and looked like a crystal. It was also very small, only the size of a watermelon, and there was a vigorous life force emanating from it, as if it was giving birth to a god. Who? Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. If I were to meet Venerable Qi Kuei now, I could kill him if I used my full power. Feeling the vast essential core in his body, Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. From the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm to the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core had increased by too much. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by several times. Haha, Dandan, I'll go out and find more spirit herbs for you. Lu Ming was in a good mood after the breakthrough in his cultivation. He moved and exited the mountain and river diagram. He then broke through the mountain and appeared outside the mountain peak. Buzz! Lu Ming had just appeared outside the mountain peak when a terrifying pressure came from above his head. A blood-red axe crossed the distance of 10,000 meters in an instant and slashed down violently at Lu Ming. This was a surprise attack without any warning. Lu Ming did not expect to be attacked the moment he left the mountain. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he might have been seriously injured by this attack. But now dash. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared and covered his entire body. At the same time, a vast amount of true core strength exploded and he punched upwards. Even though he was caught off guard and used his vital essence at the last minute, the power of this punch was still extremely terrifying. It collided with the bloody axe with a huge boom. Most of the power of the bloody axe was offset, and the remaining power was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body trembled and he fell. Just as he was about to land on the ground, Lu Ming stepped on the branch of a big tree with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky again. He glared coldly at the person who had ambushed him. The bald man from Cold Blood Hall. At this moment, the bald burly man was a little surprised. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to receive his surprise attack unscathed. His expression was a little grave. Did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation? The bald man's expression changed drastically when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, his combat strength was already extremely shocking. Now that he had broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, how strong would Lu Ming's combat strength be? The bald burly man's heart was incomparably heavy. Moreover, he was also in disbelief. It had only been a few days. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. How could he have broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm in just a few days? This speed was too terrifying. Killing a spirit god expert. It's you again. You don't need to leave today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at the bald man. It was a good time to settle the score from before. Brat, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. The bald man's face darkened. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming immediately performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. At the same time, the 6 streams of dragon energy in his body burst out. A terrifying power surged in Lu Ming's body. With the 9 dragons step and the 5-colored concept Riva levering around him, he clawed at the bald man with his 9 claws. Sila! The dragon claw struck out, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper, with cracks appearing. It's that terrifying. The bald man was shocked. To be able to tear space apart with a single claw. He had completely reached the level of a spiritual god. The bald burly man retreated rapidly. The blood axe bloodline appeared above his head. He also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood axe. He hacked at the 9 dragons. Boom! The blood-red battle axe and the dragon claw collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Break! A cold voice came out of 9 dragons' mouth, and the blood-red axe was hit far away. With one attack, the bald man was at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? The bald burly man roared in disbelief. Kill! The dragon claw stepped in the air, and the 9 dragons were like flowing light. They instantly rushed to the front of the blood-red battle axe and clawed again. At the same time, the 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power enveloped the blood-red battle axe. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased and he entered the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core increased dramatically. As his essential core was rich and powerful, more essential core burst out with the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique also increased sharply. Now, Lu Ming's casual move was comparable to the power of the prison-destructive heaven technique when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to break through to the spiritual god realm and his true yuan would become even more abundant, he would be able to use the destructive prison heaven technique at will. Only then would the power of the god-tier martial skill be truly released, and it would be even more terrifying. This is enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, the blood-red battle axe trembled slightly, and the bald man's frightened voice came out. He could feel that his bloodline power was becoming unstable. After being enveloped by the devouring power, his strength was affected. Bang! The dragon claw grabbed the blood-red battle axe, causing it to shake violently. After the first claw, it was followed by the second, the third. One claw after another, it clawed at the bald man. Lu Ming defended himself with the mountain and river diagram. He did not have to care about his own defense at all. He only attacked madly. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were constant explosions and the blood-red battle axe kept shaking. The bald man was completely at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? Is this still the spirit embryo realm? The bald man's heart trembled, and fear appeared in his heart. He was too powerful. As a spiritual god, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming throughout the entire process. Go, I'll retreat first. The bald man was afraid and had the intention to retreat. If you want to leave, stay here today. As if he had seen through the bald man's thoughts, the 9 dragons' claw once again grabbed at the blood-red battle axe. The power of this claw was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous ones. Lu Ming used all his strength in this claw, using the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The essential core in his body was also completely extracted. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was much more terrifying than before. Boom! The claw hit the battle axe. The battle axe shook and exploded. The bald man reappeared and was sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Boom! The bald man heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to rumble violently. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, and some mountains within 100 miles were shattered, collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. The flowers, grass, and trees were all turned into ashes. As for the bald man, he was lying on the ground with a huge pit that was dozens of miles deep. At this moment, the bald burly man's mouth was spurting out blood. His aura was weak and his eyes were filled with fear. Kill! The 9 dragons took a step forward and rushed down. Their dragon claws tore at the bald man. At that moment, essential core from the Na Yuan stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body continuously. His essential core was full again. However, the primeval essence stored in the Na Yuan stone had been completely used up. After all, it was only the vital essence he had stored when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. No, don't kill me! The bald burly man roared in fear. He wanted to resist, but he was severely injured. How could he stop Lu Ming? The claw radiance shattered all of the bald burly man's defenses and tore him into pieces amidst his terrified screams. Swallow! The devouring power enveloped the bald man and devoured all of his blood essence, vital energy, and true essence. The chi, blood and true yuan of a spiritual god realm master were too strong, and they surged in the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. Find a place to refine it. Lu Ming moved and left the place, flying into the distance. Of course, he did not let go of the bald man's storage ring either. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin the refinement. His chi, blood, and true essence were constantly being transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved again. Roar! Finally, the 9 dragons roared and the 7th chakra emerged under the original 6. After devouring and refining a spiritual god realm being, The 9-dragon bloodline had once again been upgraded to the 7th level divine rank bloodline. With the upgrade of the bloodline of the 9 dragons, another dragon power was born at his spine. There was a total of 7 streams of dragon energy. If Lu Ming were to release all 7 streams of dragon energy, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase. It's a pity that I can only release 4 dragon energies with my current physical body. If I release more, I won't be able to control it and the scales will appear. This kind of phenomenon is special and I'm afraid it will be discovered by people. Lu Ming thought to himself. Up until now, only 2 people had seen Lu Ming's full power outburst in his prison-suppressing steel bloodline and 9-dragon bloodline. They were the bald man and the bearded man. Now the bald man is dead, and there's still a bearded man. I hope he didn't tell anyone. Lu Ming pondered. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was too special. Since ancient times, no one had awakened it. If this news were to spread, it was very likely that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would discover it. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill that big bearded man. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, the bald man's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming took out the Nanyuan stone again. Now that the energy storage stones were empty, he planned to continue to store some true essence. With the Yuan storing stones, he wouldn't have so many scruples when he fought, and he could even burst out with his full strength from time to time. This time, he was able to kill the bald burly man all thanks to the Na Yuan stone replenishing his true Yuan. Holding the energy storing stone, he continuously poured his true essence into it. When his essential core was exhausted, Lu Ming would devour the rough stones to recover. Half a day later, Lu Ming stored several times in the Na Yuan stone, which was equivalent to several times of Lu Ming's total essential core, before he stopped. However, the consumption of raw gemstones was also terrifying. Tens of thousands of raw gemstones had been consumed. Chapter 1037 Spirit Refining Fruit. I don't have many raw gemstones left from Senior 9 Sons right now, only around 500,000. Also, I haven't sorted out the storage rings I obtained from the opponents I killed during this period of time. I'll sort them out when I'm free. I hope I'll be able to find something. Lu Ming had to stock up some raw gemstones now. He would definitely need a huge number of them when he broke through to the spiritual god realm. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly deeper into the herb garden. With the increase in his cultivation level, Lu Ming was much more confident. He flew at a high speed. Before long, he had flown a full 100,000 li and had already arrived at the depths of the medicine garden. Although this medicine garden was very large, it was only a few 100,000 miles. Along the way, Dandan harvested a lot of spirit herbs again. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. There was a green light spreading out in front of him. Lu Ming then. There's definitely a rare elixir. Charge, charge. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Don't worry. If there really is a rare spiritual medicine there, it will definitely attract some experts. It won't be easy to get it. Lu Ming said. However, he was still curious and flew in the direction of the light. 10,000 miles later, he saw a huge mountain, but when he arrived, the light disappeared again. Why isn't there anyone here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was different from what he had imagined. Since there was a light that could be seen from thousands of miles away, why did no one come? Strange. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's nose twitched and he looked at the mountains in front of him. Dandan's eyes were shining. Lu Ming flew over and discovered a wide valley in the middle of a mountain range. In the valley, there were trees that were more than 10 meters tall. However, the strange thing was that these trees were bare without a single leaf. Even the branches seemed to have dried up. However, at the top of each tree there was a fruit. A strong fragrance was emitted from the fruit. Each tree only had one fruit. It was as if the energy essence of each tree had been used to nurture this fruit. This is the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, bursting with scorching flames. His heart began to burn with passion. It was actually the spirit refining fruit? Lu Ming felt that his breathing had become heavy. The spirit refining fruit was a spirit fruit that was even more precious than the sky vermilion fruit. In a sense, it was many times more precious. This was because the spirit refining fruit could refine a spirit god. That's right, when a spiritual god realm master consumed it, it could condense the spiritual god and make it more solid. In fact, in order to reach the spiritual god realm, one had to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, and also the process of condensing the spiritual god. The spirit refining fruit had a fatal attraction to spiritual god experts. But to a spirit embryo realm martial artist, the temptation might be even greater. This was because when a martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo stage consumed the spirit refining fruit, the medicinal effects would seep into the spirit embryo. The moment they broke through to the spirit god stage, the spirit god would emerge from the spirit embryo and would be even more condensed. To break through to the spiritual god realm, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. The more solid one's spiritual god was, the higher the chances of passing the heavenly tribulation. To a martial artist with a perfect spirit embryo realm, this was a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. In the valley below, there were more than 100 spirit refining fruit trees. This also meant that there were more than 100 spirit refining fruits. If this news were to spread, all the martial artists at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would go crazy. Haha, Lu Ming, you're rich with so many spirit refining fruits. Dandan grinned. Extremely excited. Why didn't anyone come? Lu Ming did not completely lose his mind because of the soul refining fruit. The light was so dazzling just now. Why was there no one around? Was he the first one to arrive? I don't care. Lu Ming planned to pick the spirit refining fruit first. Brother Lu, wait. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that it was a clear and ethereal voice. One of the mountain peaks below suddenly rippled, and two figures appeared. There were two extremely beautiful women, the goddess of sandalwood, and the pure spirit. The fluctuations just now were clearly an array set up by Fairy Tan Xiang. Lu Ming did not expect to meet the two of them here. Brother Lu, come down for a chat. The pristine void spirit spoke and continued to transmit his voice to Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Lu Ming flew down and entered the array. It was only then that he realized that Fairy Tan Xiang had set up an illusory array. Fairy, Miss Kongling, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. From the looks of it, Tan Xiang Fairy and Jing Kongling should have arrived a long time ago. But why didn't they pick the spirit refining fruit? Why did they hide on this mountain and use an array to conceal them slaviers? There are a lot of blood ghost spiders on the spiritual refinement fruit tree. There are even spiritual god-level blood ghost spiders. Those who went in before are all dead. Fairy Tan Xiang explained. What? A blood ghost spider? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. You must have come here because you saw the light. The Cold Blood Hall deliberately lured you here with the elixir. They lured people into the valley to help them deal with the blood ghost spiders. I found out early, so I hid here and waited for the opportunity. After Fairy Tan Xiang explained, Lu Ming came to a realization. The people from Cold Blood Hall must have found the spirit refining fruit first, but they could not deal with the powerful blood ghost spiders inside, so they wanted to attract others to help them deal with the spiders, so that they could reap the benefits. Fairy Tan Xiang discovered this secret and secretly set up an array to hide here. She was also the one who called out to the pure spatial spirit. A few groups of people had already died inside. The people from Cold Blood Hall have gone out to attract others. They'll probably be back soon. Fairy Tan Xiang said. As soon as Fairy Tan Xiang finished speaking, the three of them looked toward the north. There, 3 blood-red lights flew over at an extreme speed, then landed on a mountain peak and disappeared. 3 spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 3 Cold Blood Hall disciples were all spiritual god realm experts, and Lu Ming had seen 2 of them before. One of them was the bearded man, and the other was the Cold Blood Hall expert who was injured when Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin went to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The 3 Cold Blood Hall experts were hiding in a mountain peak, concealing their auras. Not long after, there was another flash of light and 6 figures flew over at high speed. The 6 figures included a white-haired elder and a middle-aged burly man. However, their auras were all extremely strong. The weakest was at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, and there was even a perfected spirit embryo realm. I clearly saw a flash of light in this direction just now. How did it disappear? An old man muttered. That is the spirit refining fruit. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed. The others also looked at the valley, their eyes burning with passion. It's the spirit refining fruit. It's really the spirit refining fruit. So many. The 6 of them all revealed expressions of madness and greed. The battle between spiritual gods. The 6 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the 6 of them moved. They attacked together and frantically pounced into the valley. Haha, the spirit refining fruit is mine. One of the burly men laughed as he reached for one of the fruits. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark red light flashed from the tree and pounced at the burly man. What? A blood ghost spider? The burly man was shocked and used all his strength to slash at the spider. Bang! The gore fiend spider was cut in half. However, the next moment, dozens of blood ghost spiders pounced at the burly man as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Some of them were extremely powerful. He was not the only one. The other 5 were also attacked by the blood ghost spiders. Damn it! The 6 of them roared and used all their strength to fight the blood ghost spider. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood ghost spiders had died at their hands. However, one of the 9th-tier spirit embryo realm elders let out a blood-curdling scream as the blood ghost spiders pierced through the space between his brows. Then, countless blood ghost spiders climbed onto his body, and in an instant, the elder's corpse was gone. Retreat! The others were shocked and wanted to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an intense sound of something breaking through the air. A dark red light flickered rapidly. The 5 experts were all killed in an instant. A spiritual god realm blood ghost spider. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly see that the one who had attacked was also a blood ghost spider. It was the size of a fist and had an exceptionally powerful aura. The 6 masters were all dead in an instant. They were devoured by the dense horde of blood ghost spiders. The valley quieted down again. The blood ghosts climbed up the god-refining tree again and seemed to have become one with it. From a distance, no blood ghost spiders could be seen. 3 cold blood hall experts appeared in the air. You're really trash. One of them coldly shouted. This won't do. It won't consume much of the spider's strength. There are 3 spiritual god realm spiders here. I have to be at the spiritual god realm to consume their strength. The big bearded man said. Then let's go and attract the spiritual god realm martial artists. After making up his mind, a spiritual herb appeared in the big bearded man's hand. Suddenly, a green light filled the air and rushed into the sky. That's green heaven grass, a level 9 spirit herb. Lu Ming was shocked. The spiritual herb in the big bearded man's hand was actually a level 9 spiritual herb. A fiery light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. If he had this level 9 spiritual herb, his physical body might be able to break through to the 9th grade. The 3 cold blood hall disciples flew south this time, but they came back soon and hid in the mountains. Not long after, 2 streaks of light flew over from the south at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and their terrifying might was vast and incomparably powerful. 2 eagles. Lu Ming saw that they were 2 eagle-like demonic beasts. It's the Sky Eagle Castle's experts. Fairy Tan Xiong whispered. The 2 eagles were obviously spiritual god-level existences. Their auras were as heavy as mountains, and their eagle eyes were as sharp as lightning as they scanned the surroundings. When they saw the spirit refining fruit in the valley, they immediately burst into a fiery light. Kaka, it's the spirit refining fruit. It's actually the spirit refining fruit. What a great opportunity. A giant purple eagle laughed. We'll split it evenly. A giant blue eagle said. All right. The giant purple eagle nodded. Then, the 2 giant eagles rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, A dense horde of gore-fiend spiders rushed at them. Die, blood ghost spider! The giant blue eagle opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. Wherever the light passed, the temperature dropped sharply, and the blood ghost spiders were also frozen into blocks of ice. The giant purple eagle flapped its wings, and endless purple lightning spread out. The spiders were swept by the lightning and turned into ashes. The ordinary gore-fiend spiders could not stop the two giant eagles at all. Thousands of them were killed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 rays of light flashed out and attacked the two giant eagles. Not good. It's a spiritual god-tier blood ghost spider. The giant purple eagle roared and flapped its wings. The terrifying lightning turned into 3 lightning spears and stabbed at the 3 blood ghost spiders. At the same time, the giant blue eagle launched a terrifying attack. A blue ice river wound around the 3 spiders, trying to freeze them. However, the 3 gore-fiend spiders were extremely powerful. They broke through the lightning and ice river and attacked the 2 giant eagles. The 2 giant eagles howled in anger as they fought with all their might. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant eagles and 3 gore-fiend spiders collided with each other. They flew into the sky and fought fiercely. The 2 giant eagles and 3 gore-fiend spiders should all be at the first tier of level 8, equivalent to the first tier of the spiritual god realm. Their combat strength was similar, but the 2 giant eagles were even fewer in number, so they were at a disadvantage. After thousands of them were killed, the 3 level 8 spiders seemed to be in a frenzy. They entangled the 2 giant eagles and fought fiercely. After a few dozen moves, the giant purple eagle was scratched by the gore-fiend spider's claws. Blood gushed out and its feathers flew in the air. Damn it! The giant purple eagle went crazy. The divine beast blood in its body was boiling, and its body seemed to have turned into lightning. It clawed and almost pierced through a blood ghost spider. Although the spider managed to dodge, it left a wound and green liquid flowed out. Let's go, let's go! The giant purple eagle roared angrily and tried to break out of the encirclement, but the 3 gore-fiend spiders were holding them back. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the end, one of the gore-fiend spiders seized the opportunity to open up a wound on the eagle's abdomen. The spider then crawled into the eagle's body. Ah! The giant purple eagle screeched as if it was in endless pain and struggled in the air. If we're going to die, we'll die together. In the end, the giant purple eagle roared, filling the sky with lightning. Its body expanded rapidly, and then exploded with a loud bang. Even the other 2 blood ghost spiders and the giant blue eagle were blown away by the terrible energy. In the sky full of lightning, a blood ghost spider could be seen in the air, but it was no longer breathing. It had been turned into a pile of charcoal. The gore-fiend spider that had charged into the purple eagle's body was also killed by the purple eagle's self-destruction. Perishing together. Squeak! The remaining 2 gore-fiend spiders seemed to be extremely angry. They shrieked and pounced on the giant blue eagle. The giant blue eagle roared and tried its best to escape, but it was in vain. It was entangled by 2 blood ghost spiders. In the end, one of the spiders was seriously injured by the giant blue eagle, but the giant blue eagle was also killed by the 2 spiders. 2 giant eagles of the 8th rank had died. Just like that. Of course, the gore-fiend spider had also paid a heavy price. Haha, good. With a loud laugh, 3 cold blood hall experts appeared and pounced at the 2 spiders. Previously, there were 3 blood ghost spiders and they were not confident. Now they could finally attack. Out of the 3 spiders, 1 was killed, 1 was heavily injured, and the last one was slightly injured. After all, the blue eagle was not to be trifled with. Snatching the spirit-refining fruit. With the 3 of them working together, it was naturally much easier to fight the 2 injured spiders. The 2 spiders were completely suppressed and in danger. This is a good opportunity. We can take the spirit-refining fruit here. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes lit up. There shouldn't be any other spiritual god-level gore-fiend spiders in there, right? Lu Ming asked. No, I'm very sensitive to the aura of living beings. I can't be wrong. Fairy Tan Xiang nodded. Alright, the three of us will attack at the same time to get the god-refining fruit. Then, we will break out of this encirclement together. Lu Ming said. The three of them had to work together to have a chance. Otherwise, the three cold-blood hall experts would definitely attack them. If they did not work together, they would not be able to escape. With a flash, the three of them pounced down the valley at the same time, their figures like lightning. Great circle of spirit embryo. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the pure and ethereal spirit was much stronger than before. He had clearly reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. It was obvious that the Jingkongling had refined the sky vermilion fruit and achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. As soon as the three of them attacked, the three from Cold Blood Hall noticed them. Goddess Tan Xiang, Jingkongling, and Lu Shaoqing. You damn juniors! Don't even think about it. The big bearded man roared. The three Cold Blood Hall experts were shocked when they saw the three of them. They had never expected that there would be three top experts of the younger generation lying in ambush here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hurry, hurry! Lu Ming's quintessential essence burst forth and rolled forward like a ribbon. A few soul-refining fruits fell into his hands and he kept them. Deity Tan Xiang and Jingkongling were extremely fast as well. Quintessential essence swirled around and spiritual refinement fruits landed in their hands. Pick it! Without Lu Ming's instruction, Dandan had already pounced forward with a loud cry. She kept grabbing the soul-refining fruits and stuffing them into her mouth. Stop! The bearded man's eyes were red. He roared and charged at Lu Ming. There was also a blood-robed elder who charged towards Jingkongling and Goddess Tan Xiang. As for the injured middle-aged man whom Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin had met on their way, he was the most powerful among the three of them. He had fought two blood ghost spiders alone. At this moment, one of the spiders was already on the verge of death. Only the other spider was fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! The severely injured and dying blood ghost spider suddenly exploded, and the sky was filled with blood-red light. The middle-aged man's face turned pale when the blood-red light shone on him. The next moment, a trace of green gas appeared. He had been poisoned. The remaining gore-fiend spider screeched and absorbed the bloodlight. Its injuries healed quickly and its combat strength increased greatly. For a moment, it was in a stalemate with the middle-aged man. In the valley, Lu Ming burst out with 4 streams of dragon energy and punched with all his might. Boom! He exchanged a blow with the bearded man, and both of them trembled and retreated. The bearded man's combat strength was about the same as the bald man's. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. That was why they were on par. Your cultivation level. Even so, the bearded man was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could fight with him. Roar! He turned into a blood-red lion and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art. The 5-colored concept swirled around him as he fought the blood-colored lion. After several moves, it was still a draw. On the other side, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jingkongling were fighting the elder in blood robes. The blood-robed elder's combat power was slightly stronger than the bearded man's, but the sandalwood fairy and the pure spatial spirit were also extremely powerful. After the pure space spirit broke through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, its combat strength had increased greatly. Even if it was alone, it could compete with a weaker first-level spiritual god realm martial artist. As for Fairy Tan Xiang, although she focused on alchemy, her battle strength was not to be underestimated. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed with a powerful, colorful light. This was a formation carved with her body. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful formation inside Fairy Tan Xiang's body. There was a bias for inscription masters. For example, some of them were inclined towards alchemy, some were inclined towards refining weapons, and some were inclined towards refining talisman scrolls. But no matter which aspect it was, inscriptions and arrays must be studied and cultivated, because it was the foundation of an inscriber and where their combat power lay. Fairy Tan Xiang's inscription formation was also extremely terrifying. The mental energy fire between her eyebrows danced and formed a powerful mental energy storm. What a strong mental energy! Fairy Tan Xiang is definitely perfect at every level. Lu Ming was shocked. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling teamed up to fight the blood-robed elder, and they even had the upper hand. For a moment, the three sides were in a stalemate. However, no one stopped Dandan and she excitedly picked the spirit-refining fruit. There were also some remaining gore-fiend spiders, but they were not strong and were killed by Dandan's formation. The eyes of the three Cold-Blood Hall disciples turned red. They had put in so much effort but they had not even obtained a single spirit-refining fruit. Now, Lu Ming and the rest were about to pick all of them. They were furious. "I don't care what kind of heaven's favorites you are, you will all die today." The bearded man roared angrily and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He wondered if he should unleash his full power and kill this bearded man. In the end, he decided to give up. The big bearded man might not spread the news alone, but now that he had unleashed his full power and revealed his 9-dragon bloodline, if others saw it, it might really spread. Lu Ming punched the bearded man again and again, stopping him. "Kill!" The middle-aged man who was fighting the blood ghost spider roared. A pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda was blood-red and had 5 golden chakras on it. This middle-aged man's bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, which was higher than that of the big bearded man and the blood-robed elder. His battle prowess was also much stronger. He transformed into a blood-red pagoda, exuding a terrifying aura, and pressed down on the spider. Boom! The pagoda trembled and successfully suppressed the spider under it. Blood light flashed as if it was bombarding the refined spider. At this time, Dandan was still frantically picking the spirit-refining fruit. Soon, more than 100 spirit-refining fruits were almost all picked by Dandan. "The wind is blowing!" Dandan shouted. He had finished picking the spirit-refining fruit and was about to run out. "Die!" The space trembled and bloodlight flashed. The blood-red pagoda pressed down on Dandan. As for the gore-fiend spider, it had already been severely injured by the blood-red tower. "Not good!" Dandan was shocked and ran toward Lu Ming with a swoosh. "Fairy, Miss Kongling, let's rush out together." Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession and then rushed towards Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. He planned to group up and rush out together. "Don't even think about it." The big bearded man roared and chased after him. The blood-robed elder was also tightly holding onto Fairy Tan Xiang and the pure spatial spirit. The blood-colored pagoda trembled and tried to suppress Lu Ming. "Charge!" Lu Ming rushed to the side of the two and threw a few punches, causing the blood bubble elder to tremble and retreat slightly. Then he was about to rush to the south, but a blood-colored pagoda pressed down on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1040 Unforeseen Event. His glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram flew out. It expanded rapidly and surrounded Lu Ming, the sandalwood fairy, and the pure spirit. At the same time, Lu Ming threw more than 10 punches at the blood-red pagoda. Qing Junling shouted and waved her hands. The 2 water dragons also charged towards the blood tower. Fairy Tan Xiang waved her hand, and 9 pills flew toward the blood-red tower. When they were halfway there, the 9 pills glowed, and inscriptions appeared on them. They then exploded and turned into 9 combat swords, slashing toward the blood-red tower. Refining pills into weapons. A look of amazement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Fairy Tan Xiang's alchemy skills had really reached an unfathomable level. She could actually refine pills and turn them into weapons. A single pill was equivalent to a divine weapon, a great killing weapon with boundless power. Boom! 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 Their attacks collided with the blood-colored pagoda and successfully blocked it. However, their attacks also collapsed. They only felt a powerful force surge over, and their bodies trembled slightly. The power of the blood-red pagoda was much stronger than that of the bearded man. Charge! After blocking the blood-red pagoda, the 3 of them charged out. However, at this moment, the bearded man and the blood-red robed elder also attacked. Together with the blood-red pagoda, they surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. Lu Ming and the other 2 could not rush out at the moment. They could only defend with all their might. Fortunately, they had the mountain and river diagram to protect them. The 3 of them could reduce their defense and use more power to attack. Lu Ming and Jing Kongling were fighting the blood-colored pagoda and the blood-robed elder. On the other hand, Goddess Tan Xiang's body was glowing. Colorful rays of light flew out continuously. It looked pretty but was filled with killing intent. At the same time, she waved her hand, and pills flew out. They formed a strange array in the air and attacked the bearded man with terrifying power. But even so, the three of them were still at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the blood-red tower was too powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He was confident that if he used all his strength, he would not be weaker than the blood-red tower. Boom! 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 However, at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and the sky exploded. Everyone saw a burst of brilliant light in the sky. It was like countless brilliant fireworks exploding at the same time. The formation exploded. What happened? Fairy Tan Xiang exclaimed. Lu Ming was also stunned. He remembered that this herb garden was shrouded in a large formation. The Cold Blood Hall people had only broken a corner of it, but now it seemed that the entire formation had collapsed. The entire herb garden was about to reappear in the world. Not good, the item has been taken by someone else. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the blood-red tower. What? It was taken by someone else. Damn it. The bearded man and the blood-robed elder exclaimed in shock. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and the others and flew back. Then, they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically. Buzz! The blood-colored pagoda shook and transformed back into the middle-aged man. That thing is important. Let's go and catch any suspicious person. The middle-aged man called out. Brat, you're lucky today. The bearded man looked at Lu Ming and the rest unwillingly. Then, the three Cold Blood Hall experts left without looking back. This made Lu Ming, Goddess Tan Xiang, and Jing Kongling look at each other. Cold Blood Hall opened this ancient herb garden. It seems that there is something more important or treasure, but it has been taken away by others. Lu Ming made a guess. It was obvious that the value of the treasure was far above these spirit-refining fruits. Therefore, the bearded man and the others had no choice but to leave Lu Ming and the others behind to pursue the treasure. This was because they were not confident that they could take down Lu Ming and the rest in a short period of time. Let's go. We'll leave this medicinal garden first, Lu Ming said. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling nodded as well. The three of them flew towards the west. After causing such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more and more experts. This medicinal garden was not a place to stay for long. It was better to leave first. There were no accidents along the way. The three of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles, and only stopped when they were far away from the medicinal garden. Dandan, take out all the spirit-refining fruits. The three of them stopped on a mountain peak. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Why? I got this. Dandan turned her head and did not look at Lu Ming. The spirit-refining fruit is very useful to those at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm or the spirit god realm. It's not as useful to you as other spirit herbs. Isn't it a waste to give it to you? Quickly take it out. These spirit-refining fruits are for Fairy Tan Xiang and Miss Kong Ling. Lu Ming said, staring at Dandan with an unfriendly look. This guy wanted to keep everything for himself again. In the end, under Lu Ming's intimidating gaze, Dandan had no choice but to spit out more than 100 spirit-refining fruits. This was also because the spirit-refining fruit was not particularly useful to Dandan. Otherwise, this fellow might not have been willing to hand it over. Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, a total of 102 pills. How about 34 each? Lu Ming divided the spirit-refining fruit into 3 portions and gave 1 portion to Goddess Tan Xiang and 1 portion to Jing Kongling. This time, it was all thanks to Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. If not for them, Lu Ming would have rushed into the valley and fallen into Cold Blood Hall's trap. He would not have been able to get the spirit-refining fruit. Deity Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling did not stand on ceremony and received the items one by one. The main thing was that the spirit-refining fruit was indeed very useful to them. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, She could still use the spirit refining fruit to refine a pill that would be of great use to her breakthrough to become a rank 8 alchemist. Kid, you're a guy who only values his lover over his friends. You only know how to use the spiritual herbs I picked to win the hearts of beautiful women. I'm not convinced. Beautiful women, you must remember that I risked my life to pick these spirit refining fruits, not this kid. Dandan began to shout in displeasure. Then, she looked at Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling with a pair of sneaky eyes. He, young Master Lu, your spiritual pet is really strange. Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and looked at Dandan curiously. The pure space spirit was the same, a spiritual pet, a little turtle, to actually be able to inscribe inscriptions, how amazing. They had never seen a demon beast that could inscribe an inscription formation. Haha, two beautiful ladies, I might as well tell you that I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am unparalleled in the world, invincible in the world. Wherever I go, the world will submit to me, and millions of people will follow me. I think you two are not bad. How about this? I will reluctantly accept you as my maids. What do you think? Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder with her two claws on her waist, looking invincible. Lu Ming could not wait to slap this fellow to death. Dandan's appearance made Goddess Tan Xiang laugh even more. Even Jing Kongling, who was always ethereal, revealed a smile on her face. Young Master Lu, why don't you let me play with your spiritual pet for a few days? Fairy Tan Xiang laughed. Good. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan immediately nodded her head and leaped into Fairy Tan Xiang's arms. Her claws grabbed onto Fairy Tan Xiang's skirt and she said, Beauty, how do you want to play with me? As she said that, Dandan had a sneaky smile on her face, not to mention how wretched she was. Chapter 1041 The road ahead is blocked. You perverted turtle. Fairy Tan Xiang's face turned red, and she sent Dandan flying with a slap. At the side, a pure and ethereal woman like Jing Kongling was also blushing slightly. She and Fairy Tan Xiang were looking at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Xiaoqing, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You've taught your spiritual pet to be like this. Fairy Tan Xiang glared at Lu Ming fiercely. I. The veins on Lu Ming's face throbbed. He felt wronged. Dandan was not taught by him. This fellow was a wily old fox. However, the Sandalwood Fairy and the Pristine Void Spirit clearly thought that Dandan was Lu Ming's spiritual pet. Furthermore, she looked young and must have been taught by Lu Ming. Since the spiritual pet was so perverted, the master must be the same. Lu Ming cursed Dandan hundreds of times in his heart. He was really speechless. His reputation was going to be ruined by this guy. Beauty, why did you hit me? You haven't told me how you're going to play with me. Dandan ran over and shouted again. Get in! Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her into the mountain and river diagram. Cough, cough. Ladies, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and cupped his fists. Where is young Master Lu going? Lu Ming did not look like that turtle. That was why Fairy Tan Xiang asked in a low voice. I plan to cultivate while heading to the holy city. Goodbye. With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. This Lu Xiaoqing is even more mysterious than I thought. Goddess Tan Xiang's eyes flickered and she left with Jing Kongling. Following that, Lu Ming cultivated while hurrying on his way. He did not move quickly and would stop every now and then. Sometimes, he would stop to comprehend when he had gained something. For now, his main focus was to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. As for the 30 over spirit refining fruits, he had also found a place to refine all of them. The energy of the spirit refining fruits had all seeped into his spirit embryo. When he broke through to the spirit god realm, his spirit god would definitely be more condensed than ordinary people, and his chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation would also be greater. He walked and stopped. 7 days later, Lu Ming had only traveled a few million miles. One day, Lu Ming came to the territory of a sect called the Black Fog Sect. Compared to the entire central continent, this was a small sect. There were only a few spirit god powerhouses in the sect, but they also had a teleportation formation. Lu Ming planned to take the teleportation formation of the Black Fog sect, cross the void, and head west. After all, the central continent was too vast. There were hundreds of big regions in the East Baron, but the central continent was 7 to 8 times bigger than the East Baron. How big could it be? If he flew to the Holy City, who knew how long it would take? What's happening? The teleportation array of the mysterious fog sect has been controlled by a powerful force. No one is allowed to use the teleportation array to leave. What? There was such a thing? What kind of force is so overbearing? I heard it's Cold Blood Hall. They seem to be looking for someone and have sent a large number of experts. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave. I can only go to the other forces to take a look. Lu Ming heard this news when he walked into a big city near the mysterious fog sect. Cold Blood Hall has actually sealed the transportation formation of Black Fog sect. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled that the bearded man had said that something had been stolen in the ancient herb garden. Was Cold Blood Hall still chasing after the thief? What was it that could make Cold Blood Hall mobilize so many people? Lu Ming observed the area around the mysterious fog sect and saw many Cold Blood Hall experts. The next day, Lu Ming left the territory of the mysterious fog sect and headed to another force. The Divine Wind Ancient Nation was an ancient nation with a few spirit gods guarding it. There was also a teleportation array in the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Nation. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Divine Wind Ancient Country's imperial capital. He appeared in a restaurant. Damn it, the teleportation formation in the Holy Wind Ancient Country is also controlled by Cold Blood Hall. We can't get out. It said that all the teleportation formations of the dozen forces nearby are under Cold Blood Hall's control. No one can use them to leave. Cold Blood Hall is too overbearing. Who asked them to be the Overlord force? That's a force with an emperor. Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he heard the discussion in the restaurant. The teleportation arrays of the dozen or so small forces were all controlled. There was no need to go to other forces. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming found an inn in the Divine Wind Imperial capital to stay in temporarily and observe the situation. From then on, Lu Ming cultivated in the inn every day, occasionally going out to check on the situation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Cold Blood Hall still controlled all the teleportation formations. No one could get out of the formation. Some people were anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, many people had already gathered together and planned to leave by flying instead of using the teleportation array. However, to go to the west they had to cross a huge mountain range. The mountain range stretched from north to south and was tens of millions of miles long. There were countless powerful fierce beasts on it. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they flew over the mountain range. However, to the west of the Holy Wind Ancient Country, there was a huge plain. It was as if someone had punched through the mountain and created a plain. This plain was much safer than the mountain, and it became a passage for many people to go west. However, there were also many fierce beasts on the plain. Occasionally, there would be powerful fierce beasts that had evo levered from the mountains on both sides. Therefore, for safety reasons, if one did not take the teleportation array and flew over, a large group of people would gather and move together. When they entered, the Divine Wind Imperial capital had already organized a group of people to fly over the mountain range. On this day, tens of thousands of people flew towards the west of the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Lu Ming was one of them. He also planned to fly over the mountain range with the crowd. The group of people moved forward, and soon, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was incomparably huge, towering into the clouds. It stretched from north to south, and there were countless ferocious beasts on it. However, in the middle of this mountain range, there was a huge gap that formed a plain. It was at least 10,000 miles wide and connected the mountain range to the other side. It was said that a long time ago, there was no such gap here. Later on, there were two emperors fighting, and this mountain range was hit by one of the emperors. The mountain range was broken in half, forming this plain. Lu Ming had seen an emperor's attack before. An emperor's path expert was too terrifying. One palm could definitely penetrate such a vast mountain range. The group of people gathered together and flew towards the plain. Roar. The roars of all kinds of fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Some roars tore through the clouds and were extremely terrifying. It was the roar of a spirit god-level beast. Let's pass through this mountain range as soon as possible. We'll be in trouble if we attract a spiritual god-level ferocious beast. Someone shouted. Everyone increased their speed and flew forward. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air in front of them, and the blood chi soared to the sky, blocking everyone's path. What's going on? Someone shouted. Oh no, it's the Cold Blood Hall experts. They're blocking the way. What? Did Cold Blood Hall send experts to stop them? Detestable. The scene was noisy. The overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Buzz, buzz. Around him, blood-red light flew out and floated in the air. In a few breaths, experts in blood-red robes appeared from all directions, staring at Lu Ming and the others with cold eyes. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts, some of whom had terrifying auras. Experts. There are so many spiritual god-level experts. Just the spiritual god-level experts alone, there are more than 20 of them. Someone exclaimed. There were so many experts from Cold Blood Hall here. A few Cold Blood Hall experts stood in the sky. They were the leaders of the Cold Blood Hall. We've taken control of all the teleportation formations of the surrounding forces. The person who stole the treasure must be in a hurry to leave. This is his chance. He must be among this group of people. A white-haired old man said. That's right. It's dangerous to stay in Cold Blood Hall's territory. He must be in a hurry to leave. He can't use the teleportation formation, so he can only fly. There must be someone we're looking for among this group of people. Check, every one of them. A burly man said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, shrouding Lu Ming and the nearly 10,000 people under his aura. Senior of Cold Blood Hall, why are you stopping us? Someone asked loudly. Yeah, we didn't offend anyone from Cold Blood Hall. Another person added. There are people among you that Cold Blood Hall needs, so we can only stop you all. The burly man said. Is there someone you are looking for? Do you have any special characteristics? Can we help? Someone said. I don't know. We don't know what characteristics they have, not even their gender. That's why we're keeping all of you here. The burly man said. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know if it was a man or a woman, so how could they find him? The burly man sneered. This man has taken an important treasure of Cold Blood Hall. It's simple. You just have to hand over all your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? No way. Someone refused. If he handed over his storage ring, could he get it back? Furthermore, which martial artist did not have secrets? There were many secrets in the storage ring. Who would want to hand them over? Today, I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. The burly man's eyes turned cold. Cold Blood Hall is too arrogant. You are not the only overlord force in the central continent. Don't go too far. Someone said coldly. Is that so? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through the void like a blood-red lightning bolt, stabbing toward one of the old OUs. The old OU's face turned pale with fright, and his aura skyrocketed as he frantically retreated. However, it was useless. The blood-red spear pierced through the old man and killed him on the plain. CSI. Many people gasped. Old OU's aura was extremely terrifying. He was in the first level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still killed by the burly man's blood spear. It was truly terrifying. How dare you question Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. The burly man coldly said. Many people kept quiet out of fear and broke out in cold sweat. Cold Blood Hall was too domineering. They could even kill spiritual god realm beings. This was the overlord force. The spiritual gods of some small forces were like ants in their eyes. They could kill them if they wanted to. If you don't hand over your storage ring, you'll die. The burly man said coldly, his eyes sweeping over the person closest to him. I'll pay, I'll pay. Those who were scanned by the burly man's eyes had a change in expression. They could only take off their storage rings and hand them over. In the crowd, Lu Ming frowned. That burly man was too strong. He was definitely not at the first level of the spiritual god realm. He was most likely at the third level or even the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was not too difficult for a higher level to kill a lower level, let alone a few levels higher. Let's go. Cold Blood Hall only has a few hundred people, but we have tens of thousands of people. Let's go together. That's right, storage rings are all we warriors have. If we hand them over, how can we cultivate in the future? At worst, we'll just fight. Charge! Roars suddenly came from the crowd, and some people began to charge in all directions. With someone leading the way, the crowd instantly became chaotic and exploded. No one wanted to hand over their storage rings. Seeing others breaking out of the encirclement, many people also followed. Tens of thousands of people broke out in all directions, and the plain was in chaos. Courting death, kill, kill without mercy. The burly man roared with a violent killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. The Cold Blood Hall experts released powerful auras and released beams of blood-red light. There were more than 20 spirit god experts. The others were all at the high level of the spirit embryo realm, and there were even quite a number of old monsters. Kill! Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of blood-red light formed sword gleams, saber gleams, and fist forces that shot towards Lu Ming and the rest. Instantly, miserable screams rang out. Hundreds of people were killed in an instant, and their corpses scattered on the ground. A spear's gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the spear's gleam. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the mountain range on his left. Only by rushing into the mountain range could he avoid the experts of Cold Blood Hall with the help of the complicated terrain and the fierce beasts in the mountain range. If he ran to either side of the plain, he would definitely be caught and killed. One of the experts had his eyes on Lu Ming. Blood-red light flashed in his hands, forming a spear ray that stabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his body movement technique and dodged the spear's radiance. He ran at top speed. Ah! The plains were completely drowned out by screams. A large number of corpses fell, and blood filled the air. Haha, devour! Some Cold Blood Hall experts used the bloodthirsty technique to swallow the thick blood chi. Boom! Boom! In Cold Blood Hall, there were a few extremely terrifying masters, such as the burly man and the two elders. Their auras were explosive, and with a wave of their hands, the sky and earth shook. Under the cover of their palm prints, a large number of experts were killed. There were a few spiritual god powerhouses in Lu Ming's group. However, they were no match for them and they fell one by one. I'll hand it over. I'll hand over my storage ring. Someone was scared and shouted to hand over his storage ring. However, there were also people who continued to attack, not wanting to hand over their storage rings. Young Master Lu, save me. Just as Lu Ming was charging forward, he suddenly heard a cry. He turned his gaze and was slightly stunned. Zhou Xian. He saw Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was in an extremely sorry state. She was also running with all her might in an attempt to escape. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian and they moved forward at top speed. Stay here. An old man had his eyes on the two of them. A terrifying aura erupted as he charged toward the two of them. This elder's aura was even stronger than an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. He should be an expert in the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian along and used the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps to run at high speed. His body was like a stream of light, but he was carrying someone and his speed was affected. The elder caught up with him very quickly. The old man threw a punch and a blood-red fist force was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Along the way, someone tried to stop him, but he was directly smashed into dust by the fist force. Escaping danger. Arriving at the Zhou family. Lu Ming let go of Zhou Xian and unleashed his dragon power. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum and threw a punch. Boom! When the two fists met, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This old man was too strong. He was at the second level of the spiritual god realm, which was several times stronger than the first level. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its maximum and barely managed to block the punch. However, he was still injured. When the elder saw that Lu Ming, an ant with a great circle of the spirit embryo realm, could actually block his punch and not die, he was shocked. He was a little dazed and did not continue to attack for a moment. At the same time, the essential core in the dimensional stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body. He pulled Zhou Xian along and used the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps to sprint forward. Zhou Xian had given him the purple jade that contained the Nanyuan stones back then. Now that they were in danger, how could Lu Ming leave her in the lurch? The two of them left in a flash. Only then did the old man react. His killing intent exploded as he angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" It chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Buzz! Buzz! In front of them, Cold Blood Hall experts were also charging toward Lu Ming. Their attacks enveloped the two of them. This was the attack of an expert at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was unafraid of it alone. However, he had Zhou Xian with him. Lu Ming wanted to launch an attack to help Zhou Xian block the attack. In that case, his speed would be slowed down. Behind him, the old man was chasing after him at an extreme speed. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you go," the old man roared. Zhou Xian gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry, but she didn't seem to have any intention of handing over her storage ring. "Forget it, I'll risk it." Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a voice entered Zhou Xian's ears. "Don't resist." Lu Ming's voice rang out and Zhou Xian nodded. Then, a light flashed between Lu Ming's brows and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He rolled Zhou Xian up and kept her into the mountain and river diagram. Buzz! Lu Ming was the only one left. His speed increased sharply, and the Cold Blood Hall expert with a perfect spirit embryo burst into pieces as Lu Ming rushed past him. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps and moved like a stream of light. For a moment, the elder could not catch up with him. How can he be so strong? Who is this young man? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to chase after Lu Ming, but he realized that Lu Ming was getting further and further away. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain range at the side. There were terrifying ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountain range. Not long after Lu Ming charged in, he encountered several ferocious beasts of the spirit embryo realm, all of which he rushed past. Behind him, the Cold Blood Hall elder was still in hot pursuit. Lu Ming could only run as fast as he could. Roar! A huge black tiger appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out. With a loud roar, the clouds in the sky exploded. This was an extremely powerful vicious beast that had the bloodline of a divine beast. However, it was unwilling to transform into a human form and was hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. When he saw Lu Ming and the Cold Blood Hall elder, his eyes glowed with ferocity. He roared and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked it with the mountain and river diagram and threw a punch. However, he was still sent flying by the black tiger's palm and broke dozens of boulders. However, the black tiger's target was clearly not Lu Ming but the old man. As the old man posed a strong threat to the black tiger and Lu Ming's aura was weak, the black tiger could not be bothered with him after the slap and pounced on the old man. Suddenly, the black tiger and the old man began to fight, and the old man was suppressed. Not far away, a rock exploded and Lu Ming rushed out of it. In a flash, he left the place and went far away at top speed. Damn it! The Cold Blood Hall elder bellowed, but he was helpless. Suppressed by the black tiger, he could only barely protect himself as he watched Lu Ming leave. This black tiger is really powerful. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt an excruciating pain all over his body. He had been slapped by the black tiger and suffered a serious injury. However, it was worth it to shake off the cold blood hall elder. Next, Lu Ming slowed down a little and restrained his aura. He focused his mind and sensed carefully. If he sensed a powerful aura, Lu Ming would go around it. Lu Ming spent a full day to cross the mountain range. After crossing the mountain range, Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for a few million miles, Lu Ming stopped by a small river. He took a bath in the river and changed his clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Although he was injured, they were all physical injuries. Now that his physical body was strong, these injuries were healed in less than half a day. Whew! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and Zhou Xian appeared. The moment Zhou Xian appeared, she scanned her surroundings vigilantly. When she saw that Lu Ming was alone, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. We're already far away from that mountain range. Lu Ming said. I, Zhou Xian, would like to thank young Master Lu for saving me once again. I am extremely grateful. Zhou Xian bowed to Lu Ming and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, Miss Zhou. Back then, you gave me the purple jade that you had your eyes on. Since I saw you in danger, it's only right that I help you. Where are your servants? Lu Ming smiled and asked. Back then, Zhou Xian had servants and guards by her side. Now, not a single one of them could be seen. Zhou Xian's eyes were red as she said, They're all dead? Oh. Lu Ming did not say much. He pondered for a moment and said, Miss Zhou, where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? I'm from the Zhou family of Yengu Mountain. I was just about to invite you to my Zhou family as a guest. Zhou Xian replied. Along the Gushan? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Previously, he had bought a map of the central continent and had a rough idea of the direction along the Gushan. It was also to the west, and it would not go in the opposite direction of the direction Lu Ming wanted to go. All right, then I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. The two of them rose into the air and left the place. After a few million miles, they arrived at a small faction with a teleportation formation. On this side of the mountain, Cold Blood Hall did not have the power to control other people's teleportation formations, because this side already belonged to the Sky Eagle Fort. The two of them took the teleportation formation and crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles, which was equivalent to the distance of dozens of big regions in the East Baron. Then, they flew for another 2 days before they arrived at Yengu Mountain. There were not many plants on the mountain because it was filled with fire-type spiritual qi. The plants here were all of the fire type and were very few in number. Yengu Mountain was the Zhou clan's territory. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the Zhou family was not a big force. There were not many spiritual god realm experts in the Zhou family, and they could be counted on one hand. Miss is back. As soon as they entered the vicinity of Yengu Mountain, someone cheered. So you're the young miss of the Zhou family. Lu Ming said with a smile. My father is the head of the Zhou family. He's just a small force. Young Master Lu, please don't laugh at me. Zhou Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Sheener. A moment later, a middle-aged man came out to greet him. Chapter 1044 Conspiracy. Crisis. Father. Zhou Xian was overjoyed and flew up. Father, come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu, Lu Xiaoqing. It's all thanks to young Master Lu that I'm able to come back alive to see you. Zhou Xian pulled the middle-aged man aside and introduced him to Lu Ming. Junior Lu Xiaoqing greets the Lu family head. Lu Ming went forward and cupped his fists. Haha, young Master Lu, you are too kind. You saved my daughter, so you are the benefactor of the Zhou family. Come, let us go in first. You must have had a hard time coming here. Take a rest first. Tomorrow, I will order someone to prepare a banquet to thank young Master Lu. The clan leader of the Zhou clan said courteously. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The group of them walked into the Zhou residence. The Zhou family was huge, and there were palaces, pavilions, cultivation rooms, and training rooms built among the peaks. The air was filled with dense fire-type spiritual qi. It was obvious that the Zhou family was cultivating fire-type cultivation techniques. After entering the Zhou family residence, they quickly arranged an elegant courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. This is a good place to comprehend the fire concept. Then, he closed his eyes and started to comprehend the intent realm. After this period of cultivation, his mentality had all improved. However, other than the water mentality, his other mentalities had not broken through to the 4th level. Although the wind, fire and thunder intents were very close to level 4, they were still lacking and had not broken through. In the Zhou family head's room, Zhou Xian was standing in front of him. At this moment, the Zhou family head's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, "Xian, did you really get that treasure?" "Father, I've already obtained it." Zhou Xian was also excited. Her palm glowed and a jade box appeared. She handed it to the Zhou family head. The Zhou clan leader took the jade box with trembling hands. He took a deep breath and opened the jade box. There was a jade token inside. The Zhou clan leader took out the jade token and scanned the contents of the jade token with his mind. Slowly, his body began to tremble and he revealed a look of wild joy. It's true, it's true. It's a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. It's just as the ancient records say. With it, the Zhou family has hope of rising again. Haha. The Zhou clan leader couldn't help but laugh. But father, the materials on it are not easy to find. Zhou Xian replied. The Zhou clan leader took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, it's not easy to find the materials, but there's always hope if we take it slow. By the way, Xian, how did you escape? I've received news that Cold Blood Hall has mobilized a large force this time. Did you really rely on that Lu kid to save you? Zhou Xian nodded. Indeed, I only managed to escape because Lu Shaoqing saved me. Lu Shaoqing is a peerless heaven's favorite. I heard that even the Blood Luo disciples lost to him. What? Even Blood Luo Z was defeated by him. Lu Shaoqing? The head of the Zhou family was shocked and in disbelief. He had never heard of Lu Shaoqing's name before. The Zhou clan leader then asked, "Who is this Lu Shaoqing? Even if he's a peerless talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to save you from Cold Blood Hall." Father, it's like this. Zhou Xian then told him all the information she had heard about Lu Ming and how he had saved her. What? A grotto heaven treasure? You're saying that Lu Shaoqing has a grotto heaven treasure? After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, the Zhou family head's eyes widened in shock. His eyes flashed with an incomparably hot flame. That's right, that must be a treasure of the heavenly abode. It's a universe of its own, and living beings can live in it. It stretches for 100,000 miles, exactly the same as the legendary heavenly abode treasure. Zhou Xian was certain. She was shocked when Lu Ming first put her into the mountain and river diagram. A grotto heaven treasure. A grotto heaven treasure. The fire in the Zhou clan leader's eyes grew more and more intense. He then asked, "Shiner, which overlord force do you think Lu Shaoqing is from?" Yes, that's what Lu Shaoqing said to others. Zhou Xian replied. Good, that's good. A killing intent flashed in the eyes of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. Father, what are you doing? Zhou Xian was shocked. Xian, as you know, tens of thousands of years ago, our Zhou family also gave birth to a supreme martial artist and was a powerful force second only to the overlords. However, we have not become what we are today. If this continues, we will be destroyed in the central continent sooner or later. It's not enough to rely on that kind of treasure alone. The materials are too difficult to find. However, Lu Shaoqing actually has a grotto heaven treasure. He must have encountered a great opportunity. He's so powerful at such a young age. His cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, secret skills, and even other treasures are absolutely amazing. If everything he has belongs to the Zhou family, with that treasure, the Zhou family will have a chance of rising. The Zhou clan leader said coldly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Father, do you want to kill Lu Xiaoqing? Zhou Xian said in a trembling voice. No, we'll take him down first and seal all his cultivation. Then, we'll force him to hand over his grotto heaven treasure and all his treasures. He'll tell us his secrets, and then we'll kill him. After all, a treasure as important as the grotto heaven treasure must have been kept in his sea of consciousness. We won't be able to take it out if we kill him. The Zhou clan leader's gaze was extremely cold, and his voice was even colder. Zhou Xian shivered and said in a trembling voice, But Father, Lu Xiaoqing has saved my life. He has saved me twice. I can't bear to treat him like this. Silly. The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeves and berated. So what if he saved you? This world is cruel. If you're indecisive and your methods are not ruthless enough, you won't be able to rise. You'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. Those who do great things don't care about the trifles. As long as we get Lu Xiaoqing's secrets and treasures, our Zhou family will have a chance to rise. Do you want to see our Zhou family fall forever? There's one more thing. You met Lu Xiaoqing in the ancient herb garden, and then you were surrounded by Cold Blood Hall. You risked your life and didn't hand over your storage ring. Don't you think Lu Xiaoqing would be suspicious? If this news gets out and Cold Blood Hall comes to us, the Zhou family will be destroyed. So no matter what, we can't let Lu Xiaoqing live. The head of the Zhou family stared at Zhou Xian with his bright eyes. Under his gaze, Zhou Xian wavered. Father Xian, I will listen to you. She sighed. That's more like it. How about this? We'll hold a banquet for him tomorrow. I'll put Qingming powder in the food and wine. This medicine is colorless and tasteless. No matter how high your cultivation base is, you won't be able to sense it. Once you take it, you won't be able to use your true essence. This Lu Xiaoqing is so concerned about you. I guess he's interested in you and won't be on guard against you. When he takes the clarity powder, he'll be at our mercy. The Zhou clan leader had a look of confidence. Father, Lu Xiaoqing is no small matter. A single type of clarity powder might not be enough to guarantee our safety. We can't let our guard down against a prodigy like him. Zhou Xian replied. That's right. You're right. I was careless. I'll report this to the patriarch and ask him to come out of seclusion. Even if something goes wrong, the patriarch can easily suppress Lu Xiaoqing. The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded. Take action, ungrateful wretch. The father and daughter discussed for a while more before Zhou Xian left the room. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Zhou Xian sighed. Lu Xiaoqing, I hope you don't blame me. You're all peerless heaven's favorites with deep opportunities and high positions. However, we're not the most talented. If we want to rise, we'll have to use some tricks. How can we compare to you? Zhou Xian mumbled to herself and slowly, her eyes became determined. The night passed quickly. The next afternoon, Zhou Xian's voice could be heard from outside Lu Ming's door. Young Master Lu. Zhou Xian called out softly. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened the door. He saw Zhou Xian standing at the door. Today, Zhou Xian had dressed up and looked like a lotus flower that had emerged from the water. To be honest, Zhou Xian was a rare beauty and many men would be moved by her. However, Lu Ming had seen too many beautiful women. Xian Yanqing, Jing Kongling, and Goddess Tan Xiang were all devastatingly beautiful. Qiu Yu and Mu Lan were also rare in the world. Zhou Xian could not be compared to them. Hence, Zhou Xian was very ordinary in Lu Ming's eyes. Miss Zhou. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, my father has prepared a banquet to thank you. Zhou Xian smiled. You're too kind, clan leader Zhou. Let's go over then. Lu Ming smiled. He then followed Zhou Xian out. Soon, they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhou clan's clan head residence. Ha ha ha, young Master Lu, you're here. Please. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Zhou family's master came forward to welcome him. There were two elders beside him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and realized that the two elders had strong auras. They were both spiritual god realm powerhouses. However, he should not be too strong. He should be at the first level of the spiritual god realm. The Zhou family's master was obviously stronger. Lu Ming guessed that the Zhou family's master might be at the second level of the spiritual god realm. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked into the courtyard with the Zhou family's master and the rest. The courtyard was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. It was extremely sumptuous. The dishes weren't ordinary. There were dragon tendons, lightning bird wings, thousand-year fire lobsters, and so on. They were all rare delicacies. If eaten frequently, they would be of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation. They were extremely expensive, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them in their entire lives. Everyone sat down and Zhou Xian poured wine for everyone. She raised her glass and said, "Young Master Lu, Zhou Xian toasts you. Thank you for saving me." "Haha, Miss Zhou, clan leader Zhou, you're too polite." Lu Ming smiled. The father and daughter of the Zhou family were too polite. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine. He did not feel that anything was amiss and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Lu Ming drink the fine wine, the Zhou family head and the two elders were overjoyed. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with pity, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Good wine." Lu Ming drank it and exclaimed in admiration. He still did not seem to notice anything unusual. "Haha, since young Master Lu thinks it's good wine, then drink a few more." The clan leader of the Zhou clan laughed. "The wine is good, but it's a pity that it's poisoned, so it's no longer good." Lu Ming suddenly said. "What?" The Zhou clan leader and the others were slightly taken aback. "Kill!" Lu Ming suddenly roared. His dragon power burst out and he struck a palm at one of the elders. The elder was caught off guard by this palm. He could not defend himself in time and was hit by Lu Ming's palm. With a scream, the old man's body was torn into pieces. "Damn it!" The heavens and earth shook, and the table and the dishes on it were instantly turned into fine powder. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. This was the power of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and struck out with his palm, which collided with the palm of the Zhou family's master. An earth-shattering force gushed forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. He took more than 10 steps on the ground. With every step he took, a huge pit was blasted out and the ground shook continuously. "What powerful strength, let's go!" Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward and the entire mountain shook violently. A terrifying force exploded and the mountain was about to explode. If it were not for the fact that the main peaks of the Zhou family had people inscribing formations, they would have exploded. Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. "Stay here." The clan leader of the Zhou clan and another old man soared into the sky. Their terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. "I'll smash it." Dandan rushed out, its 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and smashed towards the Zhou clan leader. Boom! The Zhou family's head slammed his palm on the turtle shell, sending Dandan flying. However, with this delay, Lu Ming had already soared into the sky and was ready to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape. Boom! Above Lu Ming's head, a vast, terrifying, and unstoppable force erupted and fell on Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He fell like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming knelt on one knee on the ground. His face was pale and he kept coughing out blood. In the sky, a white-haired elder appeared. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, vast, and unfathomable. It was this old man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm. Dandan wanted to escape, but the old man waved his hand and condensed a huge palm, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed Dandan. 4th level spiritual god realm and above. Lu Ming's heart sank. The elder's cultivation must have reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm or even higher. He did not expect the Zhou family to have such a powerful existence. Lu Ming then turned to look at Zhou Xian. His eyes were cold as he shouted, "Why?" Lu Ming was in disbelief. He had never expected that the Zhou family would attack him. Lu Xiaoqing, hand over your grotto heaven treasure and the martial arts techniques you've cultivated. Tell me the secret of your strength. Don't tell me it's because of talent. If a heaven's favorite wants to rise, talent is one aspect, but luck is another. The clan leader of the Zhou family walked up to Lu Ming and said coldly, "Ha ha ha, I see." Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. He realized that the Zhou family wanted his mountain and river diagram and some other treasures. Ingrate, the people of the Zhou family were a bunch of ingrates. He had saved Zhou Xian twice, but the Zhou family turned on him in the blink of an eye and wanted to deal with him. How ridiculous was this? Zhou Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of pity, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and soared into the sky. 9 dragons. It's actually the bloodline of the 9 dragons? The Zhou family head and the Zhou family's elder exclaimed in unison. They were filled with shock. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.